Hello and welcome to Tales in the Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am Dungeon Master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Tumble Tankard Discord servers and YouTube channel. We are here today with picking up where we left off as the party has infiltrated an ancient orc ruined city, made their way past various devils and into a strange, uh, like dry docked airship, I guess you would call, in a mostly ruined building, sneaking past a few high powered devils that they didn't want to deal with, and inside there, meeting up with a pair of demi-liches, a number of flame skulls, and Rary himself, who teleported in to join the fun. And before he could escape uh, from their uh, efforts, they took him down, found his phylactery, and destroyed it. So Rary the traitor is no more. The party also learned that the two demi-liches that were there were actually none other than Mordenkainen and Bigby, who were locked away and sealed through some necromantic ritual to guard over Rary's phylactery and whatever else is there. And so we do pick up with the party in the hold of that airship, having dispatched the phylactery and looking over there, opening the coffin-like structure that was set there as well. And in the bottom of that are a couple of items that I didn't get a chance to go over. So first of all, you will find a pair of staffs, but look very different from each other. One is a black wooden staff adorned with little like knobs of obsidian, kind of embedded into it in various places. Both giving off very powerful magic. The other one, a very natural looking wood staff, the grain very evident there, with a slight curve to it. Um, there's also a folded up cloak and a book. The cloak is sort of a shifting green and brown, almost. It's really like shifts color as you look at it there. Um, and a very ornate looking book that's obviously a spell book. Um, the items are all quite magical. The spellbook is actually not exactly magical, other than the fact it has protection spells on it to prevent it from decaying or being destroyed or anything like that. But it does seem to be a very ornate, thick tome, um, adorned with bronze clasp and everything else, and a very evident hand on it. Um, with a style, even with a stylized B in the center of the hand there. Big B's never been one for like very, it tends to be a very flashy person there, but it seems to be Big B's spell book. What Lucas remembers of Mordenkainen Obsidian is very much a thing of his. In fact, the name of this ship was called the Obsidian Storm. Um, that this ship was commissioned by him essentially to be made, and the staff obviously belongs to him. The cloak and other staff, however, Athena, you can't you somehow recognize those two items.
Are you?
Yes. Ooh.
Yes. Probably on Melf the Elf, I would think, when you've seen
Yes.
visions of him.
I mean, it's
Well,
not so much that you've seen like it's like you've seen them. It's more that you recognize them in some way. Um, you do picture in the vision there. You did see from the first person view there. You saw that staff in the hand of Melf at sometimes. In fact, actually, you're looking at it and you realize it's a staff, but in some flashes of memory that and you had this flash of over there, and you're still kind of reeling from that a little bit from
mhm.
before. You um you'd swear that in some of those like brief flashes of images there, it looked more like a bow.
A bow.
It currently looks like a staff, but you've seen it. You see it in your hand, in the hand of Melf, in those visions there. Sometimes it was a staff, sometimes it was a bow.
Can I put it on?
You pick up the bow, and you feel it just sort of like fit into your hand, like it's supposed to. And you can pull up the item Melf's bow and look at what it does.
Melf's bow. Okay.
Yep.
In D&D Beyond, yes.
Yep.
Items. Hmm.
While you're at it, you can also look up Melf's cloak.
Yes, right
It's
below it.
also-
Ha! Oh, it's very nice. Very nice. I like bows, but I like
Yeah.
axes too. Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm gonna add that
Okay.
just so I can not like have it disappear on me.
And you
And
can
if
let
anybody,
the group know what it does because it's
give me.
simply picking it up. You just know what it does. You stop. I'll just
So it says on the bow if it's wielded by an elf or a descendant of the wizard Melf. But
I mean, well, this is what she
is,
can tell you guys. Yes.
she is
Yes.
a descendant, isn't she? Basically, I mean, she isn't because she is
Kind of
him.
jumping the gun here. She's going to tell you all
Oh.
this.
Sorry, I'll shut up.
Cheater. Pulling up the spec.
It's exciting.
I know. We'll let her
It
tell
is.
you.
Okay. I have to understand it first.
Yeah.
All right. So the cloak, as I will take off the cloak of displacement and shove this on. While I'm wearing this, an illusion that makes me appear to be standing in a place near you in an actual location, causing any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls against you.
Same
If
as your
you
current cloak. However,
if you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn. This property is suppressed while you're unconscious, restrained, or otherwise unable to move. If worn by an elf or a descendant of elf, it does not require attunement. Y'all, I literally took it off and put this on. I don't need to attune to this.
because of who you are.
Because it's
And
me.
and
Well,
it also acts as
that's all I saw for the cloak. It
look
also
at
acts as a cloak of elven kind.
and cloak of protection.
Wow, that's
What?
amazing.
Like 3 cloaks in 1.
Three
Wow.
cloaks in one. Y'all,
I mean,
I'm starting
this is
to
what
be
happens when you're a
artificial.
20th level 20th level wizard who's very much into his items. This was his signature cloak, essentially.
Very much into his items. Yeah, I'll say it.
Yes. I mean, the wizards tend to be. Well,
All
the
right.
only character class more into their items would be an artificer.
So when I hold up the quarterstaff, it's also a bow. It's
Essentially,
a plus.
you essentially as soon as you hold it up there, if you hold it out like a bow, it automatically curves. And as you move forward there, an arrow will appear. Like if you just make the motion of an arrow appears. A
Wow.
greenish, sort of dripping arrow of acid will appear. Similar to the Melf's acid arrow spell.
And every consecutive hit increases the damage by 1d4 up to a maximum of 64. If
So
the arrow
each time
misses,
you hit, it resets back. Yep.
yeah. If the arrow misses, the damage resets by.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. If
I literally
wielded
typed that out
by,
inside the
it's all good. If it doesn't require the attunement, and they can cast MILF's minute meteors once
minute.
per day.
Yep.
Minute.
Yep.
Mel.
Minute.
Don't
Mel.
call him Mel, because that's just
Mel.
completely different.
I
Yep.
versus E. I versus E. That's
Now,
50.
yep. Lucas, if you pick up Mimi's book, it is you can see that there's there is some sort of almost you almost kind of see it almost like sort of like a recognition kind of thing of like it sort of scans to see if you're of a certain type of person. Like so it just sort of like kind of almost like you kind of feel just like this sort of like almost like a scan over you for a moment there, and it says it doesn't say anything, but you kind of get the impression that, oh, this will open now. If you essentially are an evil person or something like that, or in some way of an enemy to them, it would just not open. However, in it is basically every named spell of Mordenkainen, Big B, Tensor, even Rary, and then just a ton of other spells. So as a wizard spell book, this is like essentially Book of Infinite Spells kind of thing like that. That's mostly full. It effectively, and it isn't, the book itself is indestructible. It's protected from elements and damage and anything else that it's virtually indestructible. The staff, however, is an interesting piece. And so, does anyone have identify? Someone
I
does,
haven't,
I think.
Yeah, I totally do.
the bard of
course you do.
everything.
I
Yeah,
totally
from
have that spell.
I know for a long time that your identifier was always Eldon, but if anyone has it from an item or anything like that.
I don't have it.
Okay.
Mm,
No.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
We used to just
So
take
you're not-
things back to Eldon.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things. It will sort of like its brevity will kind of make itself known over time. There, it is obviously a magical staff, and while wielding it, you sort of have. It's a little like your foresight, but only for attacks. So you have a +2 to hit damage and +2 to AC. Well, you have it down there. It also can cast some spells. It has some charges, so we'll get into what those spells are here. But one thing, yeah, so you'll have to spend some time with it, trying to figure it out there, and kind of like study it a little bit to figure out what it might be. Yep. So, and with this, as you send out those messages there, they don't seem to connect. And I mean, if you, as you mentioned in the chat there,
Yeah,
thinking
I
of
wanted
it
to see
over,
if Bigby and Mordenkainen were
Yeah.
like if they had a clone, they would be coming back. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to see if they were around.
Yeah, it's only been minutes. It may just hasn't fully, they're not fully aware yet, or something is happening. It isn't just like a poof, they're there. Also, it's been close to a century. There's also the fact that since most wizards, if their clones are in a place, they're usually protected from scrying or anything else like that. So they just can't be discovered and dispatched. So very likely they are under some sort of protection in some way to avoid being any kind of divination spells or anything else, which sending typically would kind of qualify for that, or just kind of cut off. So one of the two, or it could be that they don't have a clone and there's something else that could be done potentially. I mean, it's hard to say exactly. But yeah, there's no response from either of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, you guys are all on the hold of the ship here. While you're kind of looking this over, go ahead and give me those of you. Well, let's see. But essentially, let's move back to that hold of the ship, and you guys are going to kind of figure out what you want to do from here, as you are currently here. The things have been dispatched and everything else. Checking out this while you're here, Lucas, it looks very similar to the conjuration core that was used to develop the magic circle or the teleportation circle that's at your house in Raven's Crest. It's different, however, and it's almost like a device overlaying it. It's like a movable, this kind of movable set of rings that kind of interlock and can be turned. Give me an Arcana check. So you can determine what that might do. Okay. You start to look at it, and it's something about it. You realize looking at those rings and the way they move, they kind of are similar to the runes that normally identify the location of something. But the teleportation circle always has a ring of runes around it to kind of lock in its location. These are movable. So essentially, you kind of put two and two together. You're on an airship. When the airship moves, essentially when it lands again, it can sort of refocus the location of the circle. And at least while it's still in the spot, once it's locked into place, you could teleport back to this location once you know where the new coordinates are that are here. So sort of a adjustable teleportation circle on this ship. It is very well embedded into the wood around it, like it's built into the ship itself. Taking it out might damage it or even destroy it or mess up the ship. You're not sure, but this is actually built in to be part of the ship.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we'd take it, but obviously not.
Yeah, it seems to be like intriguingly built into the ship there. Like it was meant for that. One thing you will all get as well in this place, and obviously there's magic in this place. These urns are urns of are magical to keep the ashes intact inside there. They're magically like protected so they won't be broken or anything else. Even though they got one got smacked around, some ashes spilled out up here. It didn't even chip or break or anything else. So they are very much preserved, so they cannot be broken. They also are sort of bound to the skulls that were there, although that enchantment seems to have faded. So they are magical urns designed to house ashes and potentially be used in some sort of necromantic purpose to create a flame skull and or a demi-lich. Seems to be that's what they were used for essentially. But you will also tend, as you've been in here for a bit, kind of looking things over, there is an aura of magic in the ship, like the ship itself. And you realize it's primarily, I mean, obviously there's preservation. You realize this is all treated with ironwood elixir to make it as hard as steel. Because it was developed in the time before the ship was created. But there's also a strong aura of magic below you. Like it may be in the deck below this one.
There's no obvious way down, is there?
There isn't. You're not. It's interesting that there doesn't seem to be a way, a clear way down here. And Athena, in your visions you had of this ship, like sailing across here, there were dozens and probably even close to 100 people that came over on this ship. This ship isn't big enough to house 100 people. In fact, there's no bunks. There's no anything else here to indicate where people would have slept or anything else on this ship itself.
Maybe they got something like Nils had. Like
what was that?
A permanent, magnificent mansion, or several of them built into the ship. And
do you think that's where he got it from?
Nils?
Oh.
No, I think Nils was just a genius, but just because somebody's come up with something doesn't mean somebody else could have as well. There's obviously, for a ship this size to house that many people, may have had some kind of, what's it called? Extra dimensional space on here.
What's the name of the spell?
Oh, yeah. Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. Of course. Bernie. Come in, Bernie.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you will find that inspecting it earlier, there actually is a stairway down underneath a small stairway that goes down into the hole underneath the coffin here, the little crypt that's there. At the end, you can kind of see that you really could like push this thing to the side and open up and see a way down. What's down there is a little interesting. If you look down there and see, it's mostly empty. There's a few boxes. There's a few things kind of secured in this space down here. But what you will take note is that the entire wall, all the walls, all the bottom of the boat curving down there is all covered in a beautiful, like stitched together set of carpets.
Stitched together set of carpets.
Looks very familiar there, Amethyst.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Similar.
Looks like mine, not as nice.
I mean, well,
Stop it.
they actually are very functional. They were not built for beauty. But they are obviously of a similar design. However, they
Yeah.
are all attached to the hull itself.
Attached to the hull itself. Do you think that's what made the ship fly?
Yep.
Yeah. That's spiffy. That's spiffy.
You actually flew on the original one that had that design. Seen it up close. In Draver, you actually saw the Dauntless, which
Yeah, I
was
was
a
just
war
going to say
size,
that.
a war sized ship version of of this. This is probably well below half the size of that ship overall. So nothing. There don't seem any issues or any problems. At least that you can hear. For a moment, at least. What would you like to do while you're kind of inspecting things and checking things out here?
Mm-hmm. I would like to see if it would be possible to use my rod of sending. I know that Amethyst has already done her thing to her people earlier with sending stones and stuff, but I want to use the rod of sending to see if I can talk to who is it, the guy that makes all the manatech? Is that Nils?
That would
Nils
be Nils. Yep.
Pascal?
Mills.
Yep. I want to see if he's ever heard of building a ship and doing it like this. Oh.
Well, we've already seen the Dauntless that had flying carpets that were used for making it fly. We saw
Yeah, but
that when we were with the giants.
I want to know if he possibly could do it with a manatech item.
I mean, he will. He will just sort of say, well, briefly, obviously the defending. There are various ways to do flying ships and devices using manatech. Most modern airships do use quite a bit of manatech, in fact, rather than the carpet method. That was extremely expensive and difficult to create.
And then it cuts off because I'm assuming he talks a mile a minute.
No, it's precisely on the 25th word. Click. Done.
Wow. Wow, he's good.
Yeah. As if he's doing the math in his head while he has the count of words that he's going there. And so exactly that number of words to answer your question. And I mean, Lucas, you can confirm this too, is that the Serenity actually uses manatech as their primary. It's mostly manatech and everything else. It's all spell plates and accumulators and everything else that power the lift and flight and thrust and everything else.
Yeah, it's a fly spell on spell place, doesn't it, and stuff.
The levitation for the lift and fly for the initial propulsion, but they also use sails to kind of like they're just basically bobbing on the air using the sails to use the wind.
Didn't the Dauntless also use elementals to like?
No, that's Scarlos.
Oh, it's got okay.
Scarlos airships actually are more like a dirigible kind of thing. They actually use air and fire elementals to provide the lift and thrust using the elementals.
Right.
And every crew of the Scarlos airship includes a powerful druid or other conjurer type person to maintain the elementals.
Awesome. It's also
Can
clever, isn't it?
Can I also go out and double check and make sure, because we haven't long rested, just make sure that we're not being heard, we're being quiet. The big guy's still out there, right?
Yeah.
To my knowledge.
Yeah, and to your knowledge, about the time you're kind of like getting ready to go up on there, there's a voice. Hey, you, what's happened? What's going on? And there's sort of a bit, the ship sort of like rocks a little bit. Like, not violently, just sort of like something like pushing on it. Like someone's like, something's wrong.
Dude, there's nothing wrong here. What are we going to say? Shall we tell him that Rary's dad and his contract is null and void now and he can fuck off if he wants to?
I have a feeling we're still going to end up having to fight him. Why don't we go out and meet him with a grand gesture? How are you guys doing on spells?
Not very well. We're still disguised, aren't we?
Yeah, you still look like devils.
Yeah, we can just go up there and bluff him. Whoever can
All
speak.
right.
Is he speaking common then?
It's rough common. See, whose languages do you guys speak here? Let me just double check here. I used to have a list of all your languages. I'm not sure who speaks what. I would say more than likely it's going to be an infernal, and at least initially. So those of you, I think that's you, Raz, speaks infernal. So you can pass on what he says. You guys kind of get the tone of it. It's not like angry. It's more just like inquisitive. Like, hey, what's going on? Kind of stuff.
Somebody wants to know what's going on.
Well, you'll have to go out and speak to him because we can't speak infernal.
You want me to go out there alone?
What about if we try to mimic Rary's voice and just say, shut up and just do your job. Stay out there and be quiet.
Oof.
I mean,
do your job.
Lucas, you heard him speak, and you got the performance to try to pull it off.
Oof.
Yeah,
we can do.
Let me just check something real quick here.
What's your performance?
To mimic his voice.
What's your performance at?
Oh, mine. 12.
Mine too. Thanks to Gilzar.
Mine's at 3.
Yay, you can do it.
Listen,
It's probably
I believe-
a better voice than me though.
you know,
You still got tongues going on yourself?
Wouldn't you
Yeah, I
like
think
to
we're
know?
at-
What? It's fine.
It's an hour.
Yeah,
It was a while ago.
And ages and ages ago.
Yeah, it took you close to an hour to get all the way across the city and up to here. Let's see, Amethyst, you cast. Oh yeah, seeming doesn't require doesn't have concentration. You can't change it once you create it.
Yeah.
However, you could dismiss it on someone if you want to use illusion. You could disguise self or anything else like that. You could do something to disguise yourself.
Yeah.
If you have anything on those lines, or if one of you has a way to look different besides seeming.
I have disguise self at will.
You have disguise,
Turn
don't
into
you?
Will.
Sorry?
You have disguise?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, you could also try to mimic the voice, and I mean, Rary spoke common to you, so
Yeah. I can try. I mean, what
I
about
believe in
minor
you.
illusion?
minor illusion is
Minor,
yeah.
it says it can be your voice, someone else's voice, a lion's roar, a beating of drums, or any other sound you choose.
You could.
So I can
It
just
lasts
use
for a
that,
minute.
can't I? I can try that.
It's still going to require a performance to get it right. I mean,
Okay.
it's essentially what it comes down to is like you could make a sound, but making it an exact sound requires a performance check to kind of make it sound right. Okay, so you want to go up there?
I
Well,
guess.
I mean, if you're up on deck and want to talk to him, then we'll worry about the performance check.
Oh, God. No, I don't think I need to go on. Do I need to go on the deck? Can't I just shout it through the... He's rocking the boat, isn't he?
They're not going to believe you. You got to go up there.
You've got to look like him.
Go away,
Oh,
nobody's
look
home.
like
I
him.
mean, everything's good here. They're all fine. You can go now.
But if he hears Rary's voice, surely he'll be...
I don't know that he's that smart, dude. I think you got to go up there and
No, but I don't really know about devils. Do they know when... If they've got a contract with somebody and that somebody dies, do they know?
we don't know.
Depends on the nature of the contract, nature of the bond.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a mystical like spell rock contract, then maybe. If it's just sort of a give their word kind of thing and agree to serve,
Like the
you don't
monk.
know. Yeah. I mean, lawful is as lawful does.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
You created that right now, Jim, didn't you?
What?
Lawful evil is as lawful does.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Gross. Okay. Do you want to do
Hey.
it? I'm scared.
Go
Alright,
for it. You got this. I'm
Okay.
right behind you.
Sure.
As
Okay.
they gently
So-
shove her out there.
So you just miss the seating on yourself and turn yourself into Rary.
Yes.
And then use minor illusion. Minor illusion doesn't require concentration, so you just make Rary's voice. With an 18, you guys all hear Amethyst kind of mimic the voice well enough that you can recognize it's Rary's voice. It maybe isn't perfect, but it's solid. Like it does sound like Rary, at least to all of you. So you're up on deck, and you'll see up on deck. Yes, we'll just go ahead and bring them on out here. Where's that picture? I got it right here. You will see this big old like up over top. I won't switch the map here, but he's like up here because the building. Remember, the building back here had a secondary building over here. He's up near the front of the building, and just sort of like, and you can see he's tall enough to kind of reach the top of the thing there, and his head's poking up over the top there. And as you step out on deck there, sorry. Since you're like yell. He says it in Infernal initially, but you can obviously speak to him at that point.
Get back to your post and resume your guard duty.
Okay. Either persuasion or deception, whichever you want to do here in order to see if he'll listen to you and buy it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Gildor.
Let's just see here. He's going to have a whopping. I need to. We'll just. Yeah. He will sort of look at you and kind of like pause for a moment there, and there's nothing to do there. Nothing to fight. Nothing to kill. I was hoping for more. And yes, he does speak common.
Mm.
And looking at his face up close here and everything else, he does have a lot of features similar to what you saw from like the hill giants or the storm giants that you met and the cloud giant you met. It's very similar in like shape and the build of his thing. Only like obviously you can see the kind of the fire in his mouth, the twisting weird horns at the top there, and the eye glowing eyes. It's almost as if it's a giant tiefling.
Mm-mm-mm.
You can look it up as a fire hellion, folks. It's a fun little item in there. It's literally a fire giant devil.
Gross.
They are fun. Yeah, and he's just wearing this like ridged, like notched plate. And you can just feel the heat coming off of him. Even from good 15, 20 feet away from him. Our agreement was to guard, but I grow bored, grow restless.
What am I supposed to say to him?
Whatever you want to say.
Oh,
Like,
you-
he seems to he is totally bought that it is you, and he's like he's essentially it's idea like he doesn't rock. He moves away from the ship a little bit, and he's just. And you get the impression with your insight, which is very high anyway. It's like he's literally just like itching to do something, or like not be here anymore. Like he's like he kind of glances over where he was sitting, and like looks around the place here. Like there's nothing here.
We'll go to the cauldron. Oh no, if he goes to the cauldron, he'll be there when we go there. We don't want that, do we? Shit. No, we won't say that. I'm just looking at what you've said, but we don't need them
But listen, if we meet him along the way, because I don't think he's gonna, like, we can fly and stuff and get there faster. We can meet him halfway through after we've had a long rest, and we can beat the snot out of him while he's on his way
just tell
back.
him to go home. Tell him that we don't need him anymore. He can just go home.
You can try it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we'll do that. Just go home.
Okay. This will require perception. This is going to be a higher thing here. Sorry, persuasion, not perception. Persuasion.
My persuasion's not that good.
Okay.
Can I reach your foot without being
Perception's a lot
seen?
better.
Well, it's not
Can you reach her foot without being seen?
What?
At this
Well,
point, you're
give her
not trying
guidance.
to lie. Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Oh,
Oh, inspiration.
Yeah,
you
I
have
don't
You
bardic
still have
inspiration.
it.
I have
Well,
bardic inspiration.
I'll allow it. It's still a natural one, though.
Yeah, maybe I should use my DM inspiration and re-roll that, but this early in the game, it's not going to go.
Athena's
Go for
like
it.
looking at your face like, ooh, it's fight time.
Shit.
Right? I'm all ready to go and ramped up.
It's a, and with this up on the deck, there. Where are the rest of you? Are you kind of like waiting in the wings? Or are you just staying below and just letting her be up there by herself? Or what's
I'm
the
like-
plan?
My head can see her ankles because
Okay, so you're over the stairs there. So yeah.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
upstairs.
yeah. So in
Okay,
case any trouble happens, I'm right there.
I will move you guys to the top then, just so we can kind of.
Yeah.
Just in case here, and yes, this guy's right about here, essentially.
We're like over here.
And so yes, so yeah, the stairs down that you got over here, so you guys can kind of be back there. And with this, you're probably, I mean, wherever you're talking to him from, you obviously, so you kind of place yourself on the deck somewhere where he can see you, because otherwise, yeah. And so far he doesn't like. So it comes down to, so we know everyone is here, and then, yeah, I think like, do you want to re-roll it? Do you want to just go with it and see what happens, or what do you think?
Go with it. Roll with the punch.
I don't really want to use my DM inspiration this
Okay.
early on. And bardic inspiration's not going to do much, is it? It's a nat 1.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, sort of, you kind of see as he step back a little bit, he'll kind of step forward a little and kind of looking at you, kind of like the eyes, sort of like peering at you.
Well, can
And
I say to him, if you're not going to be useful, then I guess I could just destroy you. If that's what you want.
I mean,
I mean, we can throw around and see if intimidation works on him. If you're trying to go that route now, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Okay, he's just like, I'm very, very sorry, master, my lord, my high mage master person. And he's like trying to like find the right term to use, like, oh, he just this person summoned me through here. So he's just like, fine, I will go back to my post then. Fine. And he's sort of like like kind of like steps back a little ways here and just like as an imp kind of goes by his head, he just swats it out of the air and it goes flying off this direction here, slams into the rubble, just rumbles and kind of starts stomping back over his way here. Like he didn't see through your disguise, he just didn't quite buy it until you intimidated him, and it's just okay, fine. And he goes like stomping away, and you can see from your vantage point from the top of the wall, he's just sort of like got his head hung down, doing that sort of like picking a rock here and there, and fine.
poor
It's
baby. Now I want to take
Yeah.
him home.
You don't.
You hurt his feelings.
Actually, Athena, you'll notice as he's walking away and grumbling, he is speaking giant. He's like,
Oh,
he's
look.
like,
See? He should come home with me.
Go for it, dude.
you kind of hear the rocks crunch, and then like the scrape of metal plates, and he sits down on his rocks again there, and just so.
All right.
At least for the moment, you don't seem to have an issue. Those of you back waiting by the door, give me a perception check. Okay. Yeah, well, Raz, I mean, so Athena and Lucas, you're kind of like spotting like some imps kind of blipping in and out of visibility, kind of the very places there. They're not coming toward you. They're kind of off, like among the rocks and the trees there. They tend to avoid the ship area itself there. But you can kind of see them kind of, and you're kind of like watching them and keeping your heads low there. Raz, from your viewpoint, you will see something kind of interesting in that there's right up above you, like right above here, where this little like mechanism here, there is like a metal looking, like almost like a bronze like metal pipe about 6 inches across, that that seems to it comes up from the floor and goes this little platform right here. Didn't notice it before. You realize that you can see that it goes down, and like from the stairway there, it actually there in the ceiling above where the stairs are. There's a little pipe that goes. The little pipe comes through the floor, goes off to one side, and then down into the deck, and goes straight down, like through the decking to the lower levels.
Almost like a talking tube.
Potentially.
below.
I mean, it could kind of work like that if you wanted it. With the 26th, you will see. Sure, because what catches your eye is in that like sticking out of the top of that tube are a few like filaments of like fat of yarn of some kind, or some sort of like thread that's sticking out, a bit frayed, or like thread, like a thick, coarse thread.
One or two?
A couple strands. Yeah, it's
Like-
not so much.
Ship
Like,
go
yeah.
left, ship go right.
It's just a couple frayed bits of thread there. It's not like hard, not so to really like like grab onto or anything
Fuse?
else. I mean,
Mhm.
Self-destruction mechanism. Like fuse, go. Get to credit powder and boom, ship go boom.
I don't think so.
I get out to my little thingy. Get ready to light it. Can I light it?
it's not light. You really want to light the fuse on the ship that you're on.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what it sounds
luckily for you, it does not light. It needs to
It's
be
gotta. It would take time. It's not like it goes.
sure. No, the threads do not light.
Sad.
You guys will notice Raz at this point is like trying to like use a tinder, like foot and tinder to spark up some little threads that are sticking up out of this tube.
Anybody can sew these back together?
Is
Are they magical or anything? Are they just random thread?
They seem to be magical. Yeah, they're magical. Yeah.
There must be a use for them then.
You would think somebody stand here and steer ship and like put the string to the right, put the string to the left, pull the string go up, like riding a horse.
And as Raz says that, Lucas and Amethyst, and Athena, you saw it too, on the Dauntless, the way it was controlled was there was a small flying carpet where the pilot sat. That and threads went to the carpets down below, and they were linked so that as you like maneuvered, as you sat on the carpet and maneuvered it, that was the steering mechanism for the whole ship.
Of course.
And so this must be the threads. So the carpet that would have controlled the ship is no longer here, but there's a few threads sticking out there.
the carpet that no longer controls the ship is not here.
Yeah, there's nothing on the deck here for that carpet.
I've got a carpet.
That's what I was thinking. Can we hook up your carpet and fly this ship out of here?
We can certainly try.
I mean,
Do we want to? Is that something that we want to do right now?
Not right now, I don't think.
No?
You might know.
you would have. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Rob.
They're protecting the ship, so I think they might notice if it takes off.
I mean, they are stupid, right?
Yeah, but what are they going to do if we take off?
What, the flying ones probably come after us.
Yeah, right. Oh, the big guy isn't flying though, is
No, he does not have wings. You're certain of that.
he? Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's something we could think about on our way back, because we do have we can teleport back. Yes, that's not an issue, but like,
Yeah, Lucas, you think that you actually, in saying that, you could probably get the coordinates for this teleportation circle now. Although there's still the danger of teleporting in this area that if you're not used to it, that it could be a problem, but
Yeah.
it's less problematic than it used to be.
But once we've closed more rifts, it's at least a way of getting back, isn't it?
yeah, I think so. All right, why don't we keep it on the back burner then, and we in the meantime, let's
Athena,
go.
give me an intelligence check.
I have one of those.
You do, yeah. Fairly
I'm
good
actually, yeah, I am pretty smart. I'm fairly smart today.
one. Roll. In discussing all this there, you realize that in some of the visions you've had and everything else of the voyage, essentially, it suddenly, yes, it's a little different in that what you realize is this little platform right here that isn't a steering wheel exactly, but it's more of a place to rest your hands. The captain actually stood on the carpet and like maneuvered the carpet back and forth while holding himself in place. So literally would like stand on this platform, and that platform was not a platform, it was a carpet he was standing on, and he could just move it by shifting forward and backward using this little railing contraption in front of him to steer. It wasn't a wheel, it was literally he would just hold on to that and use his feet to maneuver back and forth the carpet. And so just kind of little flashes of Captain Anderillis who maneuvered the ship that way.
I'll point it out to Amethyst.
Yep.
Coming up here. Put your carpet here.
Wait, right
Here.
now?
Yeah, we're not hooking it up. Just put it here.
Why?
So I can show you something.
Okay, I'll put it there.
Yeah.
The big guy's
And-
done now, isn't he?
He's sitting down at this point because there's this building in the way here. And he can't really see you from where he is right now.
Okay, I still look like Rary, but I'm like flapping my coat and like in a big like, look at me,
Sure.
I'm just so Rary right now.
Yeah. So you change the color of the coat's going back to red. Well, you're
No,
you
I put it
have
on,
this
it's
guy,
gone purple.
Yeah. but you have had
Okay.
this guy going. You look like Rary though, so you can
But
So-
right now
so-
it'd be red, yes. I look like
If-
Rary.
If you put the carpet right here, and then that was not going to work because my ping is the same as the ship. If you put it right there,
I saw
and
it.
then you stand on it, yeah, and then you stand on it, these
Yeah.
are for you to hold on to while you use your feet to fly it.
Really?
Yeah,
That's really fun.
it's like surfing, just with training wheels.
I've never done surfing.
you never flown your carpet standing up. Sitting up, yes, but never standing on it.
Yeah. Do you need to stand up to steer the ship?
I would think so. That's how they
Not
did
sure.
it in the brain.
I would like to do it sitting down.
Well, the issue with that then is that there's kind of a railing in your way, and you can't really see where you're going because you'd be sitting
Right.
down going. So
They're
standing,
like
probably
you can
standing.
see out of the deck. Yeah.
You'd be like those
Something
grandmas that are
hold on.
barely over the steering wheel driving their cars.
And you're also not
All right.
super tall either, so it's yeah.
Yep, just 5
So-
feet.
We need to rest. And
Yeah.
while the rock is awesomeness, I believe the rock is down for the next week, correct?
Aska's still with the rock on the south end of town. There, you can call him back to you.
Yes. He is. So the rock is not away, he's out even
Yeah,
longer.
he's out and sort of like tucked away, like kind of like out of view as much as the rock could be. So you found a little like canyon or rock outcropping that you can hide behind and hunker down in. So it's just sitting on the ground behind a hill.
We're gonna have to at some point put the rock away. And the ship would be great.
Mhm.
Lucas?
Yeah.
Your thoughts? Take the ship, put rock away, or take the rock and continue?
I don't think we're going to be able to take the ship.
No, not right now. Not until we've done what we came here to do. The ship is a way to get back up to somewhere where we can. Or actually, we don't need to if there's a teleportation circle here, but I don't know.
Essentially,
Maybe we could show up at the Cauldron on the ship. That would be fun.
See, now you're in Athena's head. Now you got there.
Yeah,
Now
but
you're
we
there.
need rest before we go there because we
100%.
definitely. I mean, this Hallion's going to be tricky with what spells we've got left. So
So we killed the phylactery, which is what we were here for.
yeah.
What
Plus,
else?
there's a load of orcs that are heading to the Cauldron that don't need to be there for a long time without us being there. But we're like a day ahead of them because we came by rock, so we could rest and get there quickly.
you realize timing wise there by flying south the way you did, because you remember you went quite a ways out and they were heading straight across. So flying south and then flying back north again, you'll probably get there about the same time.
Yeah.
But they may actually beat you there, depending on how quickly you take off and fly there. If you rest, they'll probably be there ahead of you.
Yeah.
Just 'cause
But
they
we
just-
don't want to leave them there too long without us being there.
Well, let's let them get there. If they're there a day ahead of time, then they're there a day ahead of time. If they engage in combat, that's on them. Let's just rest. We all need rest. That last push of fight took a lot out of us.
And I mean, we could message them and just say, we've had a big fight and we need to rest before, so maybe just... But I mean, if something spots them going in, even if they slow down and something spots them, there's going to be...
I think they can handle themselves for little peons going in.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
gotta believe they can do
Orcs
that.
come and go from the Cauldron all the time. They go out on patrols. I mean, it's where they live, so they come and go. So
Okay.
They should be okay.
yeah. Their plan had been to sort of like throw up a little more support potentially, and then when you guys show up there, kick things off. Essentially, they weren't going to start anything without you being there because obviously.
Yeah, but they also said they didn't want to be there too long without us being there. So
True. Yeah. Yeah.
but if we just let them know that we're gonna rest first, and then we're gonna head there, and however long it's gonna take us to get there.
At this point, they have not arrived. Just I mean, because you came like you flew down here, did your thing here, and so they're still on their way there. By the time you rest and then fly back up, they will already be there. So just kind of working out the math in your head.
But we obviously will tell. I will tell them. There's been a delay. Rary is dead. Heading to the Cauldron, but need rest first, and that's basically what I'll say to them. Jim's frozen.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll figure it out. So yeah, I think resting would be a good idea. You're back. Getting that full day's rest in. I think if we leave here without dealing with him, he's going to show up at some point. Yes? No? Maybe?
Yeah, I guess so. But then, my thought is right that if the people that have the contracts with these things are no longer here, the contract's no longer here, and if we tell them the rifts are going to be closing and they can either go home or they get stuck here, the rifts are going to close no matter what. I'm sure at least some of them are going to want to leave. I know some of them are going to try to stop us and want to fight us, but I guess that's just the nature of the beast. But if we give them the option, some of them might at least just go. Once Corwain and the Baylor are dead.
I mean, he looked at you, thought you were Rary. You could tell him the rifts are closing. Those pesky meddlesome fools have gotten themselves into trouble, and then leave it at that. Let him decide at that point, and then as Rary, you just take off, and hopefully we can time it right with Lucas's spell. Can we teleport to the rock?
Not reliably. Yeah, it's teleportation in this part of the world is a bad idea.
We'll end up somewhere else, like in the middle of the ocean, or on a different continent altogether, or back on our continent,
or something much worse.
Something much worse.
Cool. Let's not do that.
Different plane of existence, for example.
Also, think transporter accident from Star Trek. You might arrive inside out.
Oh, nice.
So,
like
all right.
Gold bomb with like bits of fly in him.
But we've pretty much secured this place as a decent resting place to sleep in. Why don't we just go down below, hunker in, and get 8 hours and then leave?
So
the way we came in.
Before we rest, though, do you want me to try to tell the Hellion that someone's closing the rifts, and if he wants to go home, he can, and then if he decides that he wants to fight us, we fight him, and then we sleep?
Well, I'm worried that if you tell him that if he wants to go home, he can, that's not going to sound like something Rary would say.
There's also the issue that demons just can't go home. They can't just, unless they have the ability to open up a gate themselves or something like that, or they've been...
There's one in the Cauldron, though, isn't there? Is this a demon?
It's a devil.
It's a devil. The devil one's still open, isn't it?
Sure, but he has to go there. and then go through
Right.
it.
And we didn't want to send him to the cauldron. You specifically had
I mean,
said,
if he's going to go through the thing and go home, then go for it.
right, but at that point he's going to see us fighting. So I think we just leave him be for now. We rest, and then we take off tomorrow morning.
What if we do
Yeah.
hold monster and just try to banish him, and then we rest? What I don't want to do is fight him and then go to the cauldron. I want to be tip top and ready to go when we go to the cauldron.
And what about all the imps? We fight him, one of the imps goes off and gets the rest of the devils that are all around the place.
Yeah, there's a lot of devils around here. They like you passed a bunch of them, and they just sort of ignored you, or you
Mhm.
saw. I mean, there's not. I wouldn't. There's not like a whole like not like thousands, but there's definitely dozens of maybe a couple hundred or so.
I say we just let him
Roughly.
be. We rest, let him be, and then we just get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lucas,
Yep,
give me an Arcana
fine.
check.
Who?
Lucas.
Lucas.
Amethyst, sure. I mean, it would work for you as well. Go with me an Arcana check for you as well. I think this is like
It's
both of you.
obviously not as good as like.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Because I mean, looking at and just kind of thinking about magic items and how they work. You're not an enchanter specifically, but you have a lot of items, and you've been around a lot of magic items and everything else. You realize that very likely there would be threads from the carpets below that would be woven into whatever's controlling it there. It would take some time, but you think that, yeah, I mean, like with a good enough Arcana check and some time with it, you could potentially, essentially, hook up Amethyst carpet to the ship. You don't think the threads that are here would be enough, but there's obviously probably more threads down below you could bring up. There's not enough, like just those couple of threads frayed threads that are here would be enough to make it happen. But looking over, you probably could make it happen.
Yeah.
Smarty pants.
Amethyst. Well, Amethyst. I mean, like, how much different would it be flying a ship from a carpet? Like, who knows?
I would think
Even
it would be quite different.
Maybe. I mean, like you guys have watched Serenity fly, and it's a very different thing in terms of that. Obviously, there's actual like you're maneuvering sails and everything else on there, plus a strange rudder-like device that uses like things like that. There's no rudder on this ship. There's no sails on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
But the magic's still intact.
Yeah.
So, you guys can go ahead and do your rest, long rest. Who wants to check out the black staff during your long rest?
I can.
Okay, give me another Arcana check then to see what you glean from it. Okay, 20. That's what you needed. So 25. You can go ahead and look up Mordenkainen's staff, Lucas.
That sounds spooky.
Yes. And that's what I was literally typing out when we were first starting here. So I'm sure there's probably typos, but if you need any clarification or correction, I was literally just trying to do that while we were starting.
Yeah. Very nice.
One important piece there that I didn't mention, that's rather important, is that the Mordenkainen's sword and Tenskrim's transformation can be done as one concentration if you activate them both. You can transform and have the sword.
Right.
What?
Can anyone attune the staff?
I would. It's gonna need to be a spellcaster. Yeah, it's so. It'd be, yeah, it'd be it has to be a spellcaster. The also yes, the staff can be. It will turn into a door to a magnificent mansion.
Magnificent mansion.
While it's in door form, you can't use it as a staff. It just turns into a door essentially, and then that door is there. If you are attuned to it, you can then reconfigure the interior of the mansion as well, like you're casting the spell. Otherwise, it is what it is, and that can be done by anybody.
It's a little bit sexy.
So, so yes, you now. So yeah, so the items you now know what they are. So, anything else you want to do during your long rest or anything else? Anything you want to switch around, change up, look over? During that long rest, the seeming will stop because it's, I guess, probably about halfway through your long rest or so, the seeming will drop. Or you could drop it yourself ahead of time. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Are you just resting in the below decks on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
Easy enough.
guess.
I mean, you
We
can
are,
always
yeah.
activate.
Do you have to
You
be
can
attuned
always-
to that staff to use it as a mansion?
He said you can essentially activate the door even if you're not attuned to it. If you're
Okay.
attuned to it, you can actually like change the interior. Otherwise, it is what it is.
Okay.
Like so essentially, if you attune to it, it's like as if you were casting a spell. You can reconfigure the mansion to be what else. Otherwise, you can just activate it and go on in.
It's worth it though, isn't it? To have somewhere to sleep and a decent meal. Imagine. What's like is it like a 9-course banquet or something in a mansion?
You don't know. You're not sure.
We do because
What
we went in
Mordenkainen-
Nils. We went in Nils's mansion.
It's different.
Every mansion is different based on the caster.
I guess.
So this would be
yeah.
what you assume. This would be what Mordenkainen would make into his actual magnificent mansion.
Yeah. Okay. Probably better than Nils's, but Nils's is still my favourite.
That's
I
fine.
mean, you never know. Do you want to activate it then? Go on in.
Are you doing it, Lucas?
Yeah, let's go in.
Are we sleeping in it? Is that what you're saying? Or
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah. Because nobody can come in, can they? Except the people that you.
Nope.
yeah, we'll do that then. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
safer at least.
So when you activate the staff, it literally, essentially, you just put the staff on the ground. It literally just rolls up as a black door with an obsidian door handle and like obsidian like little like bits around it there, kind of this stylized looking black door. You open it up and you enter into it is very much a lush looking castle chamber. An open foyer with a beautiful fountain with mermaids spewing water up around there. There's comfortable looking couches all around this open space in the area here. Stairway going up to a second level where you can see that there's various doors and rooms above there. Off to the side, there's like a hallway, which very kind of plain utilitarian looking doors for the most part down that way. You see probably a good like 8 doors or so up on the second up on the balcony landing above there. And then off to the right, you can see there's another set of doors that go, and you're not sure what's there. As you are inside there, you will see that there are floating sets of gloves and hats like the kind of like little like kind of those little almost like beret type hats, at least there, um, and a black obsidian sort of mask that sort of floats in the air. As you realize, Lucas and Amethyst, these are invisible servants that are wearing things to be visible. So effectively, they will move up to you and sort of make a motion of "Can I help you?" kind of thing. Can I assist you? Whatever, and just like act as servants might act there, though they don't speak. Just sort of a black like face obsidian mask, the little floppy white hats and the white gloves. Can I help you? Kind of thing. The
Yeah,
gestures they give.
I'll point to Razmir and say, "Can you wash him, please?"
Wow.
Um,
Wow.
he will point toward at so essentially there's two stairways up the side there. There's a doorway in between the two stairways in the back there, and it will sort of gesture to that space there. Um uh and like does not grab you or pull you along anything, but just sort of like to you just sort of does the very stylized like pointing toward the door
I'm
between the
definitely
stairways.
going to be bathing while we're here. It's been a while, hasn't it? All the dust of the road and everything. Let's do it.
If you go and check it out, it is very much like the Oriental baths. It's a very large rocky pool with steaming water, and little sort of like half walls and stacked rocks. So there's sort of like each little like there's one sort of like large communal bath kind of thing like that, and then some very small independent ones. There's some that are cooler, some that are hotter. Probably a good like 8 baths, one large one and 6 small ones, individual ones you could go into, varying temperatures and everything else. Another one with white gloves and a black face mask. This one with sort of like a white, sort of like a kerchief kind of thing around there, will essentially point toward a room there and hold out a towel, a very fluffy white towel, effectively just like kind of gesturing to whatever you want in there. Um, it will also, in a moment, you will see another one with sort of a baker's hat kind of thing, like there, walk in with a tray of
Nice.
of drinks, various like chilled juices or kind of refreshing looking like various chilled fruit juices or maybe even wine. You're not sure, but it's a tray of different things you could assortment you could pick up from. Um, so you guys can kind of rest in the bath, get clean, whatever you want there. Um, one of the attendants there will kind of gesture toward your clothes and sort of make a washing motion if you want them to wash or launder anything, or um, they will, whatever you indicate, they will pick up and take, and kind of it sort of floats off in their hands toward a side room over here. Um,
I'll let them wash my clothes, especially the cloak that's being worn by a manky old skeleton dude.
Okay.
I'm going to challenge Razmir to a drinking contest.
Ah,
Oh, we
Yes.
don't need to get drunk before tomorrow. Come on, dudes.
Yeah, we totally do.
Live it
We
up.
totally
what?
do.
Live large.
You know what? Do what
Raz,
you
you
want.
join in.
I will.
Okay. As
Hails all around.
if you mention drinking contest there, you will kind of see the tray will be set down on a little platform there, and you'll see that the servant departs and comes back with with a sturdier tray and a whole assortment of either ales or wine or whatever, like, and
I will hold
different.
out my own goblet.
Okay, sort of looks at you and
Hmm.
this suggestions what's there, or and just backs, so sets it down again there and just backs away, and waits as if to get anything else that you request.
You
So
think that's enough, Razmir?
I like your goblet. So you'll drink from your goblet?
I'll drink from my goblet.
I will
The
pull
only-
out a small tin cup. I will match you 1 for 1.
Let's go. Mine is like a small tanker goblet, not like a tin cup. But okay, let's go. 1 for 1.
All right. So they start their drinking, and with this, you're getting clean, having yourself laundered. How about you, Lucas? What are you up to? You gonna join in the baths or do something else around the place?
Oh, you use the bath, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So you kind of again kind of pick your temperature. In fact, once you're in the bath, there's actually you'll notice that except for the main one's is a very comfortable warm temperature. It's not steaming hot, but there's a little bit of steam rising from it, but it's not boiling. It's very comfortable to get into. But each of the individual ones you go into, there's a little dial that'll actually make it hotter or colder depending on your choice there. So you can kind of like turn it up or turn it down depending on if I don't find your own thing here. Yes.
I love being in here, but the only problem in here is that I'm unable to speak with Elia in an
Yep.
extra dimensional space.
Yes, and you can't go across planes exactly. So yes, this is a pocket dimension. It seems.
Sad face.
Yes, which is in some ways, Athena and Amethyst, it's really really quiet. Like, like you didn't realize how much even here where you can't get a good signal, it's just quiet and in a way peaceful, but in a way a little disconcerting. I mean, Athena, you don't really speak telepathically like that often there, but there's always been this sort of like little bit of a presence, if not there, a little bit of sound occasionally, something you pick up from somewhere. But here it's silent.
Does that mean she won't have dreams while she's in here?
We'll find out, won't we?
Because if the dreams are people communicating with you or each other, then you won't hear them from inside.
I don't think I'm going to be seeing them anymore anyways because of the skull as I chug another drink. That's 4. Raz, you're slowing down. I'm
That's
still in
what?
my drinking contest.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Remember when
Better drink faster. I already swallowed the whole bottle.
oh dear Lord, I'm catching up in between words to Amethyst. Do you remember when we picked up the skull? I picked up the skull and I kind of like spaced out.
Yeah.
And I wasn't doing well. I got every memory from him that he ever had. Centuries and centuries of memories.
Well, that's good though, isn't it?
It is, but I don't know that I'm going to be having the nightmares anymore because I have the true memories.
I think that's completely different. The memories that you got were the memories from the person whose soul you now have.
Yes.
But you were still connected with those other people who also have that parts of that same soul. You can't kill a connection.
I mean, you can. We did it twice, multiple times.
I mean, we killed Wraith, but that was different. Short of hunting these people down and killing them, and why would you do that? I don't think...
Is Raz passed out?
He hasn't drank in so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you're talking there, I think you're drinking there, and then Raz is like, ah.
Or Raz. Yeah, I think Amethyst, I don't think that I'm going to be having the dreams. I mean, they've been less and less the more that we've been, like, after we got Trexiarch's sword and shattered that, they were less.
Okay.
Like they weren't there. It was the first night I've had a good night's sleep since I was like 2.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, we'll find out now that we're here and we've killed Rary.
Well, when that happened though, and I saw a line between you and I saw lots of other lines going from us to out there in the world. What if when we find others that we are connected to, others like us, that we also sense, or I also sense that and maybe we can find the people that you're connected to, and that's exciting, right?
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome, but I don't
And
know.
a lack
don't
of
know.
nightmares would be nice. Sure.
I mean, heck yeah. Yeah, these nightmares have not been the greatest. They have scared many, many, many people and myself. Watching the same thing happen over and over and over again, and being able to hold the sanity that I've been able to hold is probably a good thing, but like if people gone through what I went through, I don't know if we're gonna find safe people.
Maybe the people who went through the stuff that you went through, the dreams that you were having, maybe they will get the same respite from those dreams that you're now finding that you're having. Because
Have
that is
you?
obviously ending Trexiarch will have helped, I think, and Rary.
Have you felt any different since we've destroyed the sword? And now Rary?
Other than the thing that happened that I told you about with all of the like spiderweb line things running away.
Mm-hmm.
No, but in myself, I mean, I heard the voice of Nolan, who my soul is from, and he was thankful that he was at rest now. So there's that. But I don't hear or feel him any longer. He was present until that blade broke off inside Trexiarch. He was there, he was present, but now he's not. He's not there. I'm pretty sure he's at rest now.
Well,
So,
I guess the only way we can figure it out is me go to sleep and see if I have a nightmare or a dream, as it were, because now it is a dream.
but if the voices that you're hearing in your dreams are actual people speaking, you won't hear that because we're in here. And I can't even speak with Alia in here because we're in an extra dimensional space. But
well, I guess we'll find out. When Raz is asleep now because he's passed out drunk, correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I would assume he's probably sitting in the bath naked too. I mean,
Oh, I made it that far. It took clothes off.
you tell me. Did you? Did you guys? Or you just like glug 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 and then fell over before you even
So
got
I
in
think
the
he
bath?
just fell over.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just-
I don't even think he got the
you know-
bottle down. It hasn't dragged
Okay.
it so long.
can I ask
so-
an unseen servant to make sure he doesn't drown, please?
Essentially, yeah. So a couple of unseen servants, probably actually 3 or 4 of them, will come along, and hands will help Raz up, and will kind of, and you kind of, and they kind of take you off out of the bath area there, down to the lower floor hallway to the left of the entrance there. And if anyone goes to see there, they'll open one of the doors and kind of bring them in there in kind of the first door on the right down that hallway.
Before he goes in there, I'm going to attach my tankard of sobriety to him.
Okay.
Totally was cheating the entire time we were having that drinking contest. I didn't get drunk at all.
You are evil. You are an evil woman.
So, well, I have this tankard of sobriety mixed with the alchemitic jug, and the alchemy jug allows me to fill it with ale. I also have the amulet of drunkard, so it heals me. I'm 100% healed now. So the drinking contest made me go for 100% health, and I didn't even get drunk.
Cheater.
So I am.
Yeah.
No, that's remembering what's in your inventory. That's what that is.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing. When Trexiarch fell, when Nolan's soul was, I believe, put to rest, I heard from Elia that something had changed for her. She felt different, and I'm guessing the others as well, which is why I asked her to speak with Kiva and Gildor to find out if they felt different. So I'm pretty sure the people that you're connected with will feel the same way now that Melf is at rest. So
Potentially.
let's hope so.
Yeah.
Fun.
So after your bath, the servants will kind of gesture toward in the main hallway from the front door. The space on the right there is a grand dining hall with all kinds of food, and you name it. It's like whatever food you want, essentially. Um, there is a wide variety, and if you kind of like say what you want, they'll bring out variations of those things. All kinds of meats and sauces and roasted vegetables and soups and stews and like Mordenkainen obviously was planning to the way he had it set there was planning to feed a large number of people a wide variety of food. Because he realized that if 100 people were staying in this place, it's basically food set out for 100 of varying tastes and what they might want. So there's pretty much dozens of varieties of dishes and side dishes and stews and drinks and whatever else that. It's just kind of crazy. Essentially, yes, you can kind of set that all up there. Have your fill. So Raz, if you check on Raz there, he's in a very much a sort of a dormitory, like a barracks type of room there. Fairly plain. There's 4 beds in there, little foot lockers up there, enough for 4 people to sleep, obviously comfortably. The beds look nice, but just kind of utilitarian. There's a foot locker to store things in. A weapons rack to set up to place your weapons on and everything else. So like a soldier's barracks kind of room there. And that whole hallway is just like is over a dozen of those rooms, with just like each one kind of the same as the other 4 beds. A couple of them have like bunk bed styles that are in there that'll hold more than 4 people. So, so where the average like soldiers and sailors would sleep, essentially along here. The rooms on the top floor over there, over the top there, the doorways are all very individualized. You can see, obviously, there's a very grand looking at sort of the end of the hall there. There's a grand black door, somewhat sinister looking with the obsidian, like fittings and everything else on there. Obviously, Mordenkainen's room. There's one that's more just sort of a very nice looking oak door there, with no handle on it, just a hand. Because of course there is. One door has like sort of like vine filigree around the outside there, and it's very fancy looking there. One is a plain, very plain but well made door, with like kind of ruby accents around it and everything. And then a couple other doors, little less decorated but nice looking as well. You can kind of figure out which rooms are which for the most part there. You assume the adventurer types that were along with them would have the other rooms there, and maybe the captain and a few others have rooms there to use.
Can we work out which one is Melf's room?
The filigree vine one with the leaf there, the very natural looking door. It's very much a elf looking, woodland elf kind of looking theme.
Are you sleeping in there, Athena?
Yeah, I'm gonna take that room.
Cool.
You go in, as you go in that one, it is very lovely. There's a lot of plants, kind of like in the various pots, things on tables and stands there. Some vine-like plants growing up along the rooftop there. The bed is a very nice looking, nothing too fancy, but very nice kind of plush looking kind of bed with a green quilt on top of it. There's not a lot of other furniture in here. There's a nice little chair, kind of like a reading type chair, set into one corner. You kind of sink your way into. It's a little small for you. It's obviously meant for someone with much smaller stature than you, Athena.
Elf, Goliath.
Well, I mean, Melf was somewhat tall, but very, very thin. So it's not really like you could like it's like a little too I mean, you can kind of sit in it, but it's not quite the right proportions for you. Yeah, and there's just there's a couple different changes of clothes, different sort of like tunic and pants, boots, kind of thing like that. Just sort of like in a small dresser. Yeah, it's a nice, fairly, I mean, fairly unassuming place. But the
Oh,
bed is definitely large enough for you to sleep in. It's
well,
a
then I
very large bed. Yeah.
find
I'm
the
gonna go
bed
in Rary's room.
Okay.
and go to sleep.
Okay. So you lay down, and almost immediately you just find yourself drifting off. You kind of settle into it. It's just very, very comfortable, and it just and we'll get into that in just a moment. So Rary's room. Rary's room. It's what you would expect from a wizard's bedroom. Like there is a desk, there is ink, everything's kind of in its place. It has somewhat of a bare bones sort of feel to it there. I mean, no bones, but I mean just sort of a not really a lot of extra decoration inside here. The bed is looks it's obviously not large and plush, but it looks fine. Has sort of a steel gray kind of comforter over top of it there. Sort of a dark grayish wood frame. It just seems there's no like mirror or anything else in here. There's no like the dresser is full of is sets of clothes of like various like robes and or pants, shirts, like shoes, mostly not really in the way of travel boots or anything else. All very high quality but functional looking. Um, uh, it's as if there's not there really isn't a lot. There's very little lived in feeling in this space. Like this is the place to go, come sleep, maybe do a little reading and writing on the desk there, and then leave.
Mm-hmm.
How about so, Rasmussen? Where are you heading, Lucas?
I'll have a look in Big B's room.
Okay, Bigby's room. Bigby's room is just, it looks like a tavern room, like a nice upscale inn room. The very like homey looking wood frame bed with big fluffy comforter on it, and a bunch of pillows. Kind of an upscale inn room. But it has just sort of that like I spent a few extra gold on this room so I could have a plush little place to fall asleep in. Um, there's uh there's a big like reading chair, but no desk. Um, uh, um, uh, and effectively there's an odd amount of space around things. Like you could maneuver around things really easily. Like it's not very, it's very spacious. So the furniture can spread out a little bit. Not sure what that's about exactly there. And the room is doesn't have a very high ceiling. It's just sort of like it feels like a nice tavern in style room.
Nice.
But again, nothing, no items of note left behind. It's all just sort of the furniture and everything else. So if you want to pop down on the bed there, again, very, very comfortable, meant to be very easy to sleep in, and you find yourselves able to get a very, very quiet, good night's sleep. And Athena, you have no nightmares. You have you wake up a little. You wake up in the morning. Wake up hours later. You're not sure exactly how long because you can't see daylight or anything else. There's no clocks or anything else. You wake up feeling a little bit off because you didn't have your crazy dream, but you did dream, and it was a dream of being in a tower or a elevated building of some kind, looking out at and over some trees. Very like pine forest kind of thing, with some snow-capped mountains off in the distance. Just kind of you could smell the forest. You could smell um, uh, faint, like maybe alchemical type things happening somewhere out of view, or herb things happening. Um, just sort of like, just smells that seem familiar, but you don't recognize. And nothing terrible happens. Nothing strange or anything else. It just feels kind of peaceful, and you find yourself waking up refreshed and not keyed up and freaking out.
Hmm.
Like
Does-
one of the first times in a long time you don't wake up going like,
Right.
oh, this is like, so like, oh, that was nice.
But is it one of my memories, or is it other
Well,
my memories?
you don't, you seems to be maybe a lingering memory from of Mel's, because you never been,
Okay.
you you've seen trees like this when you traveled through Scarloth, so you assume this is probably a Scarloth you're looking at here. But where exactly it is, you don't know. There's
Okay.
no landmarks to really tell, other than you obviously are in some sort of a tall building, looking out over trees and some snowy mountains off in the distance.
Okay.
That could be a lot of places in Scarlos. So it's hard to tell where
Mhm.
exactly that would be.
Yeah.
And the mountains do look very different. The mountains and trees, because you've been in mountains and trees all your life, but they don't look the places you've been.
That's
Exactly.
interesting.
Raz, you wake up in a very bare bones, a comfortable bed, 4 beds around you, like three other beds around you besides the one you were in. Sort of you will see that your stuff um, has all been placed either on next to the door, or weapons on the little weapon rackets there. Those of you who handed out clothes, they were all freshly, very well cleaned and smell very good, and not a spot on them. Anything that's not magical that has any kind of wear and tear has been fixed and mended. You feel refreshed in a way you haven't in a long time.
See, I
Wow,
wanted to
first
sober
real
him
good
up so
sleep.
we could sleep in Mordenkainen's room, so that the 4 of us could have the 4 rooms. But Athena ruined it by getting him drunk and tricking him, and then not even pouring the sober mug into his face. Like,
I
No.
at
mean,
Here's the
least
mug.
could have done that.
yeah, he
Mhm.
was. Yeah. Raz, you will see a mug there on the little stand next. There's a little like a little like stand next to the bed there, a little table, and everything else. There's a mug sitting on that, that looks very similar to the mug that Athena was drinking from last night.
Ugh, mugs.
At least you can take the nice room next time, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. So, again, you wake up from your rest there, feeling very good. You can get some more food, and then what would you like to do after that has happened?
Well, we're waking up. We're eating more food. I'm probably going to tell Amethyst that I had a no nightmare last night.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No nightmare last night, and also like the dream I had was not one of my own memories, but of MILF memories.
Well, you were in
Eh,
his room as well, weren't you?
yeah. So like, I mean, I feel like I have my own and I have his, but I don't know like if they're going to merge and I'll stop forgetting who I quote was.
No, you've still got those memories. You still remember him. You can still, even if he's not around anymore, you still have the connection. You still have a part of his soul, the way that I still have a part of no one's soul.
Athena, one odd thing is when you got up and got out of bed, you noticed that the cloak that you've been wearing and is hung up on a hook right next to the door, and the bow is kind of set in a stand right next to that.
Mhm.
And you realize that you don't even remember putting them there, but like thinking about it, you just sort of like, as you walked into the room, now that you, how did those get there? You get the memory of walking into the room, taking it off, putting it on the hook, taking the bow, setting it there without even thinking about it as soon as you walked into the room. The rest of your stuff you put wherever you put it, but
Right.
those two things you just automatically put them without even thinking it.
That is weird.
As
Like
if you've
I'm
done
turning-
it 100 times.
Right. Like muscle memory.
Yeah, almost.
I wonder if I'm turning into him.
No, you just got a
Parts
part
of
of
him?
him in you.
Well,
You
I
just
mean,
have a part of his soul in you, that's all.
it's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It's weird having somebody else's soul, and it's weird being connected to other people who also have parts of the same soul. But it's also really awesome. And when you find your people, you're going to find that out because it's great.
I wonder if when I saw all of the memories that I saw, that they then also see all of the memories too.
I think being here made the difference, but I know that Elia felt something, and I'm gonna, as soon as I can, I'm gonna see if she's spoken with the others and see if they felt something different too. And obviously, because everybody's got different abilities and different powers, they would probably have different experiences. But I'm really interested to find out what they felt. Because as Elia said, she felt different. She felt like something had happened or something had changed. And it had.
Yeah. Well, that was
Because-
from when we broke the sword, right?
Yeah, because Nolan was put to rest.
Right. And this was us me cleansing Melf.
Elf. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe they also saw the same memories.
They probably felt something. I don't know if they feel the same way you did, but they probably feel something. But who knows? They might not know about each other. They might not know anything. They might know everything. They might be all together and all in contact with each other, and you're the only one who hasn't found them yet. Who knows? That's what I guess we'll find out eventually.
Well, I know where all my people are, right, Jim?
Kinda.
Ish.
You know-
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I know the dwarf is not in the Iron Foothills, but like
Yeah.
in a place that looks like the Iron Foothills.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it's Deep Home is where he's at. It's underground. It's a big
Yeah. I've
dwarven
never
city.
been there.
No.
Yeah, and I've never been there.
Um,
But like,
yeah.
I know approximate locations of where they're at.
Yeah, roughly.
And that's what I had with Elia when I can find her. The other two I stumbled across completely accidentally. So,
Mhm.
and Wraith obviously
Okay.
found me. So,
As you kind of talking over breakfast and kind of rehashing things, figuring things out. And yeah, again, it is a different array of foods, very breakfast-like foods with pastries and waffles and eggs and bacon and okay,
love it.
it's a whole different range of food. Like, where did this food come from? It just seems to be there as it's needed, and whatever they do, they sort of have a way of bringing out new food for you. But yes, you guys are able to get your fill, do what you need to do, and what would you like to do next?
Has Raz got an achievement slot free?
I don't know.
So I could. I've been moving two things back and forth, coins and a mace. So I'm trying to figure out what this item is. I needed a 2-minute slot for.
Do you want the staff?
Am I a magic person or am I clergy?
You could. I would say it gives you a spellcaster, so it will work for you, even though it's an arcane item. But yes, but it gives you 3 spells you can cast with a +2 staff, but I'll give you +2 to AC when you're using it.
All right then.
And it gives you 3 spells you can cast.
Raz is in.
As well as the mansion once per day.
Well, that's separate. It's like essentially
Yeah.
when it's in staff form, you can cast 3 spells, or you could use the mansion. You can't do both. So yeah, So yes, effectively the mansion. Once you leave the mansion, you can then essentially whoever wants to can essentially you. Lucas, you kind of figured it out here first, because you were the one who set it up the first time. There is that basically you can kind of pull the doorknob out, and then the door, as soon as you do, the door sort of like collapses down into the staff there, and the knob drops into the top of the staff.
Awesome.
There's the obsidian knob at the top of the staff. So it's basically kind of just the door just goes zoop, and there's a staff on the floor. Just pick
That
it
is
up there,
so
and
cool.
that's it.
Also, one of the spells is like you get a dog, don't you? He's gonna
Yep.
love the dog.
Yeah, Morgan
I
Game's
feel like-
faithful hound. Yep.
I feel like you're gonna love that dog.
You
What do you
can't
call
see
him,
him.
dog? What do you call him, dog? What?
So you can't see it.
No, but
Visible.
you know he's there.
Yep.
You can fairy fire him.
Now you can see him. Yeah. So as you come back, nothing's changed on the deck of the ship. Nothing's altered. Nothing's been moved. It's all as you looked at as you went in. Yes. Anything you want to do on the ship, or you want to head out? I forgot to ask, but and just to kind of rewind for just a second here, what did you want to have S stay with the rock, or dismiss, or have him drop S off, or have S with you guys in the mansion? What would you do with him? Because he will camp. He will camp out with the rock unless you tell him to come.
How was he going to
join
get
you.
here without being noticed, though?
I mean, it's Esk. He's crazy. I'll tell you exactly how he does it.
I'm pretty sure he gets here.
Essentially, if the rock, because if you dismiss the rock, essentially Esk will like we'll just kind of we'll rewind just a minute here. The rock will fly up about a good 800,000 feet up, whatever it is. And then essentially he'll like, Athena, now, and the rock will dismiss it. He will just drop the whole way, like literally like paratrooper down, as he's a monk and he's got slow fall and effectively has an absolute gob of hit points. So essentially he'll just kind of land somewhere and then sneak up onto the ship. Meet you guys inside there.
Yeah.
As could be crazy to do something like that. I totally see it.
Not ready.
Yep.
Puppy.
Yep. I do, although I do not have the stone anymore. That is now in Raz's possession.
Or amethyst. Is Raz has the rock? Yeah.
I have the rock. Yeah.
Who's got the rock? Yeah.
I have
Yeah, he's got it.
You have the rock.
Okay.
I have a pebble. You have the
Okay,
pebble.
so effectively, yes. Ask will use ascending when he's ready, and just have you like dismiss the rock, and then he'll just literally like dive bomb his way into the place there and meet you guys out of the way. And so you got him. Yeah.
If we're heading out anyway, we might as well just meet us outside the city at some point.
So you could do that instead if you want to just have him like meet you guys on the rock away from around the north side of the city or whatever, to kind of sneak your way out that way. It's up to you. I mean, either way, you can go with either route.
I don't know, you know.
I mean, it can be. This is alternate universe. We need to.
So we're going to sneak out? Yeah. You going to use seeming again?
Yeah. Yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll spend 10 minutes inspiring everyone before we set off.
Okay.
Do you think I should keep looking like Rary or not? No, we'll just be the demons again. Devils, whatever.
Okay, so back on the map. So effectively, you guys are on the north side of the city. I'll put you guys. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little more if I can do this.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but over breakfast, Razumir drops a page out of his notebook, and Amethyst picked it up and had a little look at it, and then passed it back to him.
So what is
And
it?
It's got lots of. It seems very tear stained, and it's got lots of random, just little bits of words, including the word twizzle, which is interesting. So she's going to spend a bit of time just telepathically asking Razumir, so what's all that about? Who's that from? Who's that to? Is that yours? What is it? What's it mean? What's all rubbed off it? Like, just a load of questions, like, just bombarding it with questions, like, what's going on there? You don't have to tell me, but what is that note? That's really fascinating.
So what answers do you provide, if any, there, Rev?
Basically, when I left to come here, this was given to me by a gnome, and this is the note I was given when I went to find the missing gnome. It's been a long time since I've been able to read it. I have not memorized it. I don't remember the words anymore.
And Raz, you said you had like images or memories or fleeting images of the person you're trying to find. Was it Twizzle? Or is it somebody else?
It's the gnome.
Okay.
He's got some pictures of it.
Okay.
But it's just been a few years since.
Yeah. Well, so remember, do you ever have like visions of it or images in your mind of it or anything else? Or
Of the note itself?
No, of the person. Like you were looking for a cave at one point, and you were looking for. Was it something you saw somewhere?
Right. So someone sent me off to find someone because they were having visions. That individual was shipwrecked in a cave.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I ask what year it is now? I know that Amethyst knows that, but Bernie doesn't.
1204.
1204, because this note is dated 1174.
Okay.
But then it says AC, whatever that means.
After Cataclysm. So yeah, it's 1204 AC
Cataclysm.
right now.
Right.
Yep.
1204. Okay.
So 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Raz, have you ever tried to scry for the person you're looking for?
No. He wouldn't have had scrying at that time.
Okay.
And doesn't
But you
really
would,
know
yeah.
the picture other than a drawing.
Sure. And a name. Technically, it's enough to scry for.
Technically, there's a name in there. Doesn't remember what the name goes to.
30 years. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it would be a long shot, but you could scry for them. It is definitely a possibility. Because even knowing a name or even knowing a picture of someone, you could attempt to scry for them.
I'll keep that in mind, and I just redid my spells for this morning.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's not on my list.
Okay. Well, in that case, so was the plan to hop back on the rock, or are you going to do horses? Do we dismiss the rock and drop off? Ask what do you want to be doing? Because again, it's your choice since you guys are in command of it.
I feel like the rock's going to cause a lot of motion. It's not going to be easy to disguise it. Unless, I don't know, is there a way of making it invisible? One of us fly up and cast invisibility on it?
I mean, you did it before.
Only lasts for an hour, though.
Yeah, but that should give enough time for it to come down and let us get on it. Right? I don't know. I don't know. How do you want to get out of here, everybody? Come on. We're not just going
I
to fly
think-
the airship out of here when there's still stuff going on out there.
No, we've
are we?
already established that's not a thing we're doing. What we could do is sneak back out the way we came in.
It was quite a few. Sneaking out would take hours to get out of the south side of the city. There, you're at the north end of the city now. So basically, like you were down here, and now you're back up here. So, so it's miles away. Sneaking through the city where more devils and stuff are. So you could just sneak north and leave the city that way because you're on the north end of the city. So kind of up to you how you want to head out that way. So it comes down to if you're taking the horses, you can get a ways away, bring up the horses and go. If you want to have the rock out there, you can sneak out there and have the rock swoop down, pick you up, and take off. There's various options you have. So which would you like to do? Or something else?
Well, we're going north anyway, so we might as well just sneak out the north way.
Yeah, get on our horses and then go.
Or the rock.
We can't. We have to. He would have to expend spell slots, right, Jim?
Or hit dice.
Or hit dice. Sorry, hit dice to get him to come back because he's been out almost a week now.
Well, Esk wasn't doing anything, so Raz has the statue, so Raz had to do it. So spell slots or hit dice to do it.
We can give Esk, now that he's with the party again, we can give Esk the statue since,
Mm-hmm. It's
he's
probably
not.
the best idea since he's Mr. Taxi at the moment
Sure.
Yeah.
while Army's away.
So you can swap that out there, and at some point there, so that
If
means
Raz
Raz
is
will have
okay with that.
you'll have a free slot because you want to attune to the rock statue. Esk will take it on, and you'll have a free slot to do something else with.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Does
Then
it
you
sound
can
okay
use his staff.
to you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to just take it away from Raz if Raz wants it.
The rock was for the birds.
No, because if we end up like parting ways with Esk, or if he goes one way and we go another way, or whatever, he can give it to any of us, and any of us can attune to it, can't we? So
Yeah.
it's not like the end of the world.
No,
No,
I mean,
but like
you
I didn't
traded it
want-
around a couple times already, so it's fine.
And it then allows Razimir to attune to the staff as well. So
right. But like I didn't know if he wanted to use it to do anything really cool with it, and I just didn't want to take that from him.
Okay.
Being nice and asking the player if they want the thing taken from them.
The rock is for the birds.
Well, the lizard man in this case.
Yeah, this little lizard person. Okay. All right. So Esk will take it up there. You guys will kind of sneak your way out of the north of the city there, and the rock will have been dismissed for now. Once Esk takes the statue and attunes to it, he can then expend some hit dice and have its cooldown happen faster. So it'll be ready tomorrow at this point.
nice.
Because he literally dropped the cooldown by 5 days. So just with his hit dice. So you will start heading north. And nothing seems to take note of you. You guys stuck far enough away before you brought your stuff out, and start heading north on up back toward the Cauldron. Yeah, it's gonna be a pain. Let me do this. What are you doing? Anyway, pardon me. Let's go ahead and shrink this down here.
Oh, he's itty bitty. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
I
giant
cannot
again.
make this move the way I want it to move here for the moment, so that's okay. Anyway, you'll be heading. We'll just bring our little dotted line back going this way as you can start heading up here. And as you travel back toward the Cauldron here, we're going to go ahead and take ourselves a little break. As it is that time. So, back in a few minutes.
One.
And we're back. The group is traveling on the ground this time, mostly. I assume we have our typical flyers up in the air, kind of keeping an eye from an elevated position there. Lucas, strangely enough, your Pegasus arrives just normal.
Huh?
Like it's a bit of a strain, but it actually like when you summon it down here, originally down near the ruins there. Yeah, it seems that, like I said, there's a bit of resistance, but it shows up as your normal Pegasus would normally show up. And you are traveling north, keeping eye out for things. Strangely, things seem quiet, and a lot of the distortion and strangeness and the magic and everything else seems to have in much of the way that your summoning's a little easier there. It seems to have become less, at least. It's not gone entirely, but there's definitely a lot less distortion and chaos in the magic now in this region. Likely due to the fact that you closed 3 open rifts and another one further to the north, and you've been actually, like, at least in this area, there's less open, chaotic magic happening, especially the two rifts to the abyss. So you're able to travel along fairly normally, keeping an eye on things, and you can see the cauldron up ahead. There actually is sort of a a column of smoke and everything else. As you come to associate with the cauldron there, fires burning and things that are happening there, like cook fires and just torches and stuff and all kinds of things that are happening. Plus, abyssal and infernal creatures that are just naturally fire based as well. But nothing comes zooming out at you. Nothing seems to be at least on your way there. As you do get closer to the cauldron, you will see that, as typical, there are things flying over it. You can kind of just barely make out in the distance there some of the large flying devils and/or demons that you've seen there before. They have not gone away. Although there does not seem to be more of them specifically, but they are still there.
We're
So,
gonna have to deal with that.
how would you like to approach?
Carefully.
Great.
From the south.
Those are two things I expected.
So
Well, we need to do something that DM isn't expecting now, please.
I mean, you were already doing that. I assumed you were being careful, and you were coming from the south, so nothing about that's new.
so Athena would like to jump off the rock and just
You're on a horse.
land and on. Oh, I thought we were okay.
No,
Leapfrog off of my horse,
Mhm.
and jump onto Amethyst if all possible, and then leapfrog off of her and land on one of the flying people. That's what I would love to do.
Jumping on me? Are you kidding me?
Nope.
It's twice as tall as I am. Are you joking?
I am.
No.
Nope.
I will dodge out of the way.
Amethyst is on a carpet,
Yeah.
so
Flying near the ground.
and Lucas is on a Pegasus. So, are you trying to jump on the back of the Pegasus with Lucas? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm trying to go attack one of the flying creatures. Is what I'm trying to do.
Oh no, they're still miles away.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not close yet. I mean, you would have to get actually to the cauldron. The cauldron's still in the distance as you're coming close there. Yeah, there's nothing that's yeah. If they were that close, something's gone seriously wrong, because then they'd be way outside the cauldron coming toward you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Sorry.
let's just then close the gap as quickly as humanly possible.
So no more caution, just charge.
Are we using seeming? Well, seeming. Did we put seeming on when we left the?
It probably wouldn't be a good idea, because it'd be wearing off about now if you put it on back then. Like, 'cause you're traveling most of the day to get here. So you'll actually be getting there. If you wait too much longer, you'll figure that it'll probably be nightfall pretty soon. So you can go there at night if you want to. It's up to you. It is still light out. It is still light out currently.
Going at night sounds awesome. Sounds epic. Like those demons will be telling our tales.
If you remember those shadow demons, they were stronger at nighttime, weren't they? I thought, weren't they?
You haven't seen shadows in the cauldron.
No, I know we haven't. I know we haven't. But maybe maybe some of them are better suited to nighttime. I don't know. Plus, do we all have dark vision?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think. Raz, do you have dark vision?
Definitely the dwarf does, but I'm not sure about the Goliath.
Didn't I get goggles that allowed me to have?
Did you? Is it on your character sheet?
I am double checking.
Yeah, I don't remember that being a thing yet. So.
Mm-hmm. Give me a moment.
Because during your scouting, you're relying mostly on hearing.
Yep.
Your watches.
You said sword captor goggles. You were going to get some.
Sword captor goggles. And I was going to get some. I thought I got some. I did not. So no, I don't have
Okay.
the ability. It would
As is
show up
not
in my.
seen.
I mean, the cauldron is not
Story.
the cauldron is not dark. There's lights in the cauldron. I mean, it's not like it's going to be pitch black in there.
Right.
Like there are lots of fires and torches and things around. I mean, they aren't all wandering around there in the dark.
I also have blind sight, so I can see things within 10 feet of me. I'll be fine.
Sure.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
As long as it's within 10 feet of you, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be totally fine.
I mean, I think if we're going in there at a disadvantage, that's probably not smart.
I would be going in as a disadvantage. The rest of you would not be.
Yeah, but
I would carry you.
we each. If one of us has a disadvantage, then we all have that disadvantage, don't we? Let's face it.
No, I mean, with our initiative rolls, I'm pretty sure you and Lucas are going to go first, and I'm going to see the creatures that you're specking, and I'll be okay.
I mean, my initiative's +2. Are you kidding? I never go first. Rarely.
with advantage.
Yeah, with advantage.
Okay, but still,
So, yeah.
I'd rather go first.
We'll be fine. We'll be totally fine. There's no reason for us to not just charge in and create a bunch of ruckus.
Well, I
Well, if
mean,
we go straight in now, it won't be dark. It'll still be light. So
I mean, it will be dark soon. I mean, I mean, assuming you keep your normal pace, by the time you get there, night will fall. Likely, very close to it. You could rush there right now and get there while it's still light, or
Plus,
just
this
keep
place doesn't have sunset. It just goes dark.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got a pretty good feel for the day and night cycle at least. So you know night is coming fairly soon, within the hour. And you're probably a good half hour or so away from the cauldron, so you can either rush there, get there before night falls, or get there afterwards.
Or sleep one more day and then go in. And risk being caught while we're sleeping.
we don't need to sleep though. We're all fine.
No, we're okay.
Yeah, so let's just go in. Because the option is go in now, and as dark is setting in, because it goes from night to day so quickly, we'll be starting our fight, or we set up camp and then we go tomorrow at first light.
I do love how you're just assuming to just go charge in there and fight. As if you're going to
think.
fight 1,000 demons.
Yeah,
That
there's
is how Athena
thousands of
looks at
them.
everything,
Yeah.
okay?
No, we're not going to do that though. We need to find a way of getting straight to Corwain and/or the Baylor.
She has the intelligence score to figure that out, but that is how she looks at everything. She looks at everything like it's a problem, let's make it not be. It's in the way, let's go bowling.
You want to go
I'm in
bowling?
for bowling.
We're going to be around near the gate, aren't we? The devil gate.
Essentially, yeah. So eventually you got, at this point, yeah. So you know from before, what you saw before, orcs, as you approach the canyon, essentially, as you move along, the cauldron is essentially just a carved out section. Instead of the ground rises up, it's more just like the hole starts to widen in front of you. So, like, you're literally traveling, and it's just sort of like going downhill, and you're kind of like going down into a canyon, essentially. You know that basically, the rift, you have an earth rift over on the right side of the canyon, where at the base of that, where most of the orcs have their barracks and live and work and do everything else, and there's hundreds and hundreds of them there. On the left side, you have mostly demons that you saw there. Many of you fought before. They're just like literally lugging stones around and doing just menial tasks, and essentially just like, it seems almost like busy work, just keep them doing something or other. But you definitely have like this divide in the middle. The cauldron is darker, I will say that, and it does as there's less of that Aurora Borealis effect there because there's no fire rift anymore. There's only the
Does it-
earth rift here and the hell rift, rift of the hells, on the far end, up
Does it
high
still
in the
have
tower
that
section.
does it still have that unbearable feel of heat coming from it?
No, because the fire rift is gone. So it is still warmer. It's not that he's gone. It's just that the active heat of the rift to the elemental plane of fire is gone now. Um, so it is not that strangely human space there. You do know these two spiry towers on the left-hand side here is where you've seen most of the demons. That's where the rifts of the abyss were. And those rifts are gone, but there are still demons that have been left behind. Again, if nobody sends them back, they're here until they're destroyed. Unless they were a temporary summons, but these were not. They were actually brought through the rift initially. So, of those demons, obviously imps. You got Glabrezu, you got Nelfeshni and Kazmi demons, and then you got Orthons, Dretches, those big old hound-looking things, and some other like weird little demons, mains demons, anything else. They're menial, like lumbering around doing work. The Orthons, the big ones with the crossbows that explode, those guys tend to be the overseers giving orders and barking things, telling them all the other ones what to do. There is obviously a separation of orcs and demons. They don't mingle with each other much there. Orcs tend to be um, as you approach, as you are still far enough away to really be not being noticed at this point, you will see some orcs on horseback will sort of ride out of the canyon and go ranging out, like in a loop. They'll actually head out and go toward the ocean and then north.
Do we see any of the centaurs and their people?
No,
Okay.
they do not come. Yeah, there are orc riders, lots of orc riders riding those nightmare steeds.
Yeah.
But the centaurs were not. The plan was they were not coming here because they can't blend in.
Okay.
And they're, as far as they're concerned, they are not part of the labor force here. They're
Yes, it's a cauldron, not a blender. Ha ha ha.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Logic.
yeah. Typically the Kazmi demons and the Horned Devils, there are still there. Again, the Hell Rift where you had seen Rary and where you fought Trixiarch is at the far end of the canyon, and it's like 4 miles away from the 4 or 5 miles away from the mouth of the canyon. As you approach, go ahead and give me before the sun sets. Give me perception checks.
Perception.
See if you spot anything.
Oh, if
See
you
what
spotted
you see
stuff
what you
today.
Yeah, nice. Good. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I win.
21's the lowest. Excellent. Okay. These
Yeah.
you're all gonna see some important things here. First of all, there is definitely the time you were here last. You can, and those of you, many of you have good insight checks as well. There is as much as ever that rift down the middle between demons and orcs. You can see as you start to approach, as you get into view, at least still in the distance there is there's definitely a wide gap between them. And there are a number of orcs just standing and looking over toward them, just like watching them. Not like you're not close to be able to see like expressions or anything else on faces. You just see them standing and just like still, almost as if on guard or potentially just Yeah, it's hard. You can't see expression or much about like the postures or anything else of that, other than just the positioning of where they are. So, um, so there's obviously a tension there on the ground. Um, the demons above, they are just sort of circling. You'll see on lots of the rocks, they'll like fly over and perch, watching down. Fly over and kind of circle around as if like patrolling the air above the area there. Not ranging out very far, but they already are definitely like watching from the air and keeping place from various high ups there. And amethyst.
Yep.
It's it's you can't see it clearly, but as the sun disappears and darkness sort of just comes up there, again, it's almost like there's this bright spot of illumination on the far end of the chasm, like the only rift that's still open is like sending out light streaming across the canyon toward you. As the light fades there, you will spot literally like looming out on sort of a balcony, looming out there. You can see the massive winged form of the Baelor. The fiery whip in his hand, sort of like twitching back and forth, which catches your eye for the most part. That's where you saw it before. It is literally just sitting there, like watching, and it's just it's not moving, other than the whip kind of flicking out and back. It was just sitting there. The only reason you kind of spotted it was because in the darkness, the fiery whip flashing around caught your eye.
What did you do to piss him off, Amethyst?
The Baelor?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's Corwain's little friend, isn't he? So,
Is he?
yeah. Him and
Man,
Corwain,
you
they're
made
like
him.
this.
Well, you pissed him off royally, didn't you?
I think he's kind of mad with all of us, to be honest.
Well, I don't know that he knows us. Me and Raz here.
Oh, well, you're okay then. You might as well just go home and just leave me and Lucas up, you know. That's what you
Never
want.
do that. Never.
Go hang out with them, have drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drinks? No, not with this one.
It would be fun. It would be fun.
However, also in those last moments of light here, you will notice that there are the only thing patrolling this end in the air on this end of the chasm are demons. There are no devils at all on this end.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else to do this other than charge in and beat him up.
I mean, just to remind you, the plan was to have the orcs riot and use the confusion to go in. That was the whole plan of a rebellion. Like,
that's why I was asking if we can see them. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
have
can't
to do
talk
a
to the orcs,
standing
so.
to them. You can.
Well, remember, the centaurs were not going to be involved in this. They were just helping the ones that got out, and it was the orcs that were coming back.
Of course.
So yeah, the centaurs are not going to be here. But there were people. You have her name. What is it?
The tiefling orc person.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was Kilda.
Kilda. Yeah.
Yeah, she was the one that was supposed to be coming back there leading them. So yeah, she's your primary contact among the orcs at this point.
Do we see them right now?
You see the orcs. You don't see her specifically. Again, you're not in the cauldron. At least unless you want to throw seeming on and go in. It's up to you. I mean, you have that capability now at this point.
Yeah. Works for me.
And hope for the best.
If we're heading in, I'm going to cast on
Recasting.
myself.
Good.
Foreskin. I mean, foresight. Can't believe I just said that out loud. Sorry.
I
ADHD.
can.
I do want to point out that seeming can also change the appearance of any creatures you see within range. So it could change your mounts as well.
Oh,
You
what
want
a
to
good
go in mounted.
idea.
Because
Yeah.
yeah, it's any number of creatures that you can see within range. So
Let's have some.
that's just
How? What are they called? And nightmare things. Nightmare horse
yeah,
things.
you see them up close. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't be hard. Okay.
Oh, what a great idea.
Who are you
Just-
casting that
just-
on?
Yeah, I just want to. I wanted to do that myself because I forgot the spell, just to make sure you guys were aware of that. Because
On Athena.
Hmm.
He did write that in
Okay.
the Death Ward on Athena.
so Athena,
Foresight
just
on
wanna make sure it was.
Lucas. Seeming on all of us. And the forces. That's a great idea. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's just one of the ones I just want to clarify that because it doesn't say just there's not a limit to how many people, and it's not just people as creatures. It's not humanoids or anything else. It's just creatures.
Dude, that's an awesome spell. Thanks, man.
So,
Okay.
do any of the orcs look like they are like antsy or,
Well, there's the ones that are obviously just there. There are some that are just standing there as you start to approach there, and if you move in the form, they're in kind of the four of you, because I'm gonna again kind of hold Esk in reserve. The four of you on your fiery on your mounts there, kind of moving in there. You can see that there are definitely orcs. One or two mounted, some not mounted, that are just sort of like standing on one side, kind of like watching the demons. Not like ready to attack them, but they are definitely like looking over that direction. You're not sure, like you can't like if the weapons aren't out, they're not like they're ready to charge, but it has sort of they're just being wary and watching them.
okay.
And like in general, the orcs are sort of milling around, and there's just a bit of an air of potentially like wariness, but you realize that makes sense because you've already attacked this place twice, and so they're kind of on alert.
Yeah.
But rather than them watching the canyon entrance there, they're watching the demons across the way. A
Nice.
few of them are at least. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
Uh,
I don't speak Orcish. I'm assuming they speak
Emma,
common, though, do they?
they don't speak common. They
Yes.
speak Infernal and Orc.
Oh, you were talking in tongues to them.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm going to have to do that again.
Amethyst, I do want to ask, you did not have a horse because you used your carpet on the way here. What are you going to be walking in with them?
I mean, I could summon it and then use the spell to disguise us before we go in.
Okay.
Because I do have the saddle.
I just want to make sure because I wasn't sure if that was because normally you're on
I'll
your
just
carpet, so it wouldn't work.
The carpet in the bag of holding for now until it's needed.
All right, cool. All right, so give me some just general performance checks to see if you can blend in as they all are. I know this isn't the high thing there, but again, it's more just to see what may or may not stand out.
Ooh, I
Nice.
didn't do too bad. Nice.
Performance.
What?
Why?
Again, it's just sort of like you're just you're acting like orcs, like you're supposed to be there. Excellent. Okay.
I'm definitely supposed to be here. Look at me.
Oh, I'm so putting
Obviously.
myself a guidance on this. I don't know what it's going to be yet. But
I'm so okay. I'm really okay right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. Athena, you're essentially you find yourself just like wanting to charge. And so while the orcs are normally sort of like wary and kind of moving along here, you're kind of putting that idea of looking for a fight. The rest of you all sort of adopt the normal mannerisms of orc moving in there, but like, you don't stand out enough to be alarming or any way. The one thing you'll notice is Athena doesn't like these orcs all ride like they've been born in the saddle practically. They are all just like the ones that are riding. They're riding as easy as the ones that are walking and maneuvering around everything else. Athena, you haven't spent a lot of time on a horse. I mean, you obviously recently you've been on the horse quite often, off and on, but you don't have the like. You're not as comfortable looking on your horse as everybody else is. Again, not enough to stand out, but definitely something that could be noticeable. And the rest of you kind of take note of that as well because you all got 20 or higher. It's not quite looking comfortable in the saddle, but it's not enough to cause a problem.
I'm better on the rock than I am in the saddle of a horse.
Yeah, I mean the rock you just kind of sit there and hold on, or get held by it. This is actually guiding an animal around. But yeah, nothing like comes rushing out at you. Let me just pull up something real quick as I
guess we better have telepathic bond on us as well, don't we?
Yep. Go for it.
I'm just thinking maybe I should telepathically speak to one of the orcs and like see what the plan is, or do we
Ask where she's at? Where is she?
them?
You're waiting for us to make a big show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you kind of you just kind of do ascending tequila or.
Yeah.
Okay. She'll as you let her know that you arrived, and she will let you know awaiting whatever's going to happen. I have quite a few ready to act up. I think the demons will be surprised.
Yeah, we kind of need a distraction now so we can head over to the Baylor and sort of deal with that.
Yeah.
So
okay, so second sending.
Well, we've got the rod, haven't we?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, you can do it. And she will just kind of acknowledge and say, there's give us a signal, we'll go.
I'll whisper to Amethyst, maybe we should put on telepathic bond. And then she said she just needs a signal.
Yeah.
I just did that. Where were you?
Yeah.
Yelling at my husband. That's where I was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I forgive you. But not him. Tell him this is our time. He can zip it. I'm kidding.
Right.
So what do we want to do to
okay. So
signal them?
I mean, I got an idea.
Are we ready?
I think so.
I'll just create a minor illusion of a horn blowing. Very loud.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. A loud horn blows. A bunch of heads snap up, and since the minor illusion doesn't really come from you specifically, so it just happens, and all eyes just sort of like turn. Those that are flying overhead will sort of like start like looking around, trying to spot where the sound is coming from. Effectively, within moments, then it isn't like there's a sudden rush. The orcs, a bunch of the orcs, all sort of like take up arms and start looking around, and then moving out, kind of this way. Kind of like as if they're looking for something. The other orcs kind of are all kind of like going for weapons and kind of looking and like watching and kind of like waiting for orders and everything else. And so you see that in motion start to happen. Some of the hounds are sort of sniffing around, sort of looking. Some demons are flying up overhead. Casme over here for the most part there. Some of them kind of flying up overhead, just sort of like as if trying to spot what's going on here. Is there anything you want to do before as things are starting to happen? Is there anything else you want to do to follow up on that? Or just wait and see what happens? There's the four of you there.
I think we should give it a moment, let it commence with the battle, and then go in and go right after the Baylor.
Okay. So, effectively, the one of the large orthons there is kind of looking off in your direction, like not like looking at you or anything else, but sort of looking off toward the mouth of the canyon, and is kind of at that point when things are people are starting to move around there, turns and kind of yells at some of the other demon things that are on the ground there. A couple of them drop their rocks or whatever they're carrying on the ground and start looking and kind of like as if they're gonna like just sort of like start shifting around as if they're looking for what's going on. And then there is a charge as about a few dozen orcs initially just charge across the way here. So, swords and spears and everything else out, axes, clubs, like hammers, whatever they happen to have there, just charge across the canyon floor, heading off in this direction. A group of orcs kind of off on the canyon wall. They were kind of standing around. Reached pull out bows and start sending arrows flying across the way, kind of flying off in this direction there as arrows start to land and hit the demons on the ground over here. And in a moment after that charge happens, you'll see a bunch of the Casme up on top there are now sort of like now looking down. They aren't flying down or anything, but they're now also like hovering and looking like down at the ground. You see probably about a dozen or something up in the air. They're just kind of up there, kind of like waiting and watching, essentially. So, as that begins, what would you like to do?
How high are those Casme up in the air?
Probably a good 100 feet or so.
Okay.
You can't reach them.
I sure can.
Oh dear.
Pulls out the nifty little bow.
Okay.
I'm not attacking yet until, we got the go-ahead, but the bow that I got from Melf will let me reach them.
Aren't we going to
Sure.
just go ahead for the Baylor? Or are we going to stand
I
around
thought
here
that's-
first?
Thought the plan was to go after the Baylor.
It is quite a distance away, though. About 4 miles. Isn't it?
Yeah. So we should probably just go. Is Jim frozen
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, we're gonna let's just go. Nothing from stopping us from picking off a few things here and there as we're running through there, right? Or do you think that'll pull attention to us and then we'd have to stop and fight?
Yeah, we should probably just go. Because,
Just go straight for the Baylor? Okay.
yeah,
All
while
right.
they're
So-
being distracted, the longer we stay here and start fighting, the more chance they've got of preparing for what's coming.
Let's go get them then.
And they're going to be prepared. We know that, but you know.
Okay. I will say then. So I know one person here can fly. One person's got a firing a bow. What's the plan to get up the 100 and the Baylor's up about 150 feet up. This fiery rock placement up here, as he is way up on top of this one, the far one here. You be charging through a battle site, flying over it. or heading up to get up to it? What's the plan to get there?
Yeah, what is the plan to get us non-flyers up there?
I mean, have you got a plan? I got a plan for me.
I have
Yeah.
one, but it's stupid. What's yours, Lucas?
Well, Russ says he can fly. I can fly.
I
Amethyst can
can
fly.
Yeah, that
Well,
was the stupid plan.
How about you take the carpet? Give it to me when we
I
get back
can't.
up there. Why?
I'm too
You
big.
can't. No, you're
I
not.
thought I was too big.
No,
No, you can't fly with somebody else, but you can
you
be on the
can't
carpet
fly
okay.
yourself.
with me,
Yeah.
but if you take it
Yeah.
and I use my fly ability, I'll just
Yeah.
take it back when we get to the
I'm-
top.
Then I'm surfing on the carpet the whole way up there. 100% surfing.
Okay. So we have Raz. You have flight.
Yes, I have flight, and I just remember I've got boots of speed.
Excellent. Okay. So you, Lucas, you got the Pegasus. Amethyst, you got to pop out your wings. You're using your sorcery point to make wings.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. Amethyst grows these. What do your? I ask you, you don't do them very often. What do your wings look like?
Well, I kind of like the idea of them being black, but with like like a, how like a crow has like a blue sheen to the blackness.
Yeah,
But like
okay.
but purple instead because obviously
Sure.
it's something.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so large bird weightlings pop out there, kind of the purplish sheen to them. With the feathers there. Lucas, you're on your Pegasus. Still looking like a nightmare, like taking off into the sky, essentially. Raz, how do you fly? Is it just a fly spell, or is it fly? Item of
It's-
flying?
Basically described as I just can fly. I don't think there's any.
Is it an item or is it an ability?
No, it's a feature from Tempest Domain.
Oh, cool. Okay.
14th level, you have flying speed whenever you're
Okay.
not underground or indoors.
Okay, so essentially, I mean, it's
Superman.
Tempest. Yeah, so Tempest basically is like the winds pick you up, and you just sort of like fly up into the, yeah. So little whirlwind behind you, and you just kind of fly up there. Okay.
That's
And
it.
at the end, you are surfing on the carpet. All right. So-
I'm also going to click my heels for boots of non-detection.
Okay. Cool. All right. So you are non-detectable. All right.
Non-detectable.
So as you fly up there, again, the ground there, some of the orcs are just sort of like hanging back and not doing anything because they weren't in on the plan exactly, but they're not joining in the fight as of yet. The demons are fighting back and they're just clashing down there. Most of the majority of demons that are down there are wretched mains demons, and they're nothing. So they're not hard to defeat. The Orthons are giving them trouble, and the Hounds are giving them some trouble there. But with their nightmares and everything else, and nightmares and their weapons, they're and they have numbers. They're able to start kind of like pounding into them, and there's definitely fighting happening as you take off into there. As you take to the skies, there the Chasmi demons are all just sort of like looking at you, and we'll just go ahead and use that to kind of let me go ahead and make a few more here up in the sky. They're all going to be sort of between you and there. You can kind of pick and choose where you're headed there. There are 6 on the map. Those are 2 each, essentially, is what you're going to see on there. And we're going to go ahead and roll some initiatives on this.
You want us to put
Yeah.
ourselves on the map?
Yes, because put yourselves on the map there. Just arrange where you're headed there, and you are flying. So where is my turn order? Let me clear this off real quick.
I'm bigger than you. Wow. Lovely.
Wow.
You can. It always works out that way.
You are bigger than I.
I will fix it a little smaller so we can.
Also, Jim, I'm fixing my AC in this token. As I have just discovered, I've been rolling the wrong AC for so long.
Good. You don't roll AC. What are you talking about?
Well, I've been telling you the wrong number.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, cool.
I've been rocking the wrong
All right.
AC.
Okay, so turn order's up there. Go ahead and put your initiatives on there. I still need to get the Raz on the map here. I'll send that. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yoink.
Terrible. Terrible.
told you you'd go
Aw.
before me, didn't I?
Yeah.
We got
Yeah.
Raz.
It's not great though.
You should do.
I mean, we're all going before the cat,
Yes.
except for Raz.
Except
Who
for him,
seems
yeah.
seems excited for that.
Batting cleanup as usual. There we go.
Yeah. He did that just to spite you because you said we were all going first before.
Yep. Exactly. All right. So that went all for you there. As you're kind of moving in toward fighting with these guys and kind of closing in on them there, you will actually spot kind of up on the closer tower at the very top there, a Nalfeshni will be stepping like into view, still a ways away, but so it's not going to be in combat for at least a couple of rounds. And there are some Glabrezu sort of like hanging onto the sides and sort of looking out, and as you still look like orcs and on flying like nightmare steeds and everything else, it's more just like they just see you suddenly flying up toward them, and it's more just like they don't fly in and immediately attack. They just sort of like move into formation of like, hey, what's going on here now? Why are orcs flying at us? I guess so. Lucas, you're up first, as the things are aware that you're coming. You are effectively, call it 100 feet, like because they were 100 feet up there. So it's there, as you take off from the ground there, you're about 100 feet from them, like on the diagonal. So call it 100 feet away.
I'm just going to try and bluff away past, or are we going to fight them? What's the plan?
We're flying
It's-
orcs. How are we going to bluff our way past?
Oh, I'm on a nightmare, so I'm alright.
Let's kill him.
Athena's on a magic carpet.
Yep. I mean,
And enjoying every minute of it, let me tell you.
yep. Yeah, amethyst. I mean, oh, that's right. So do you want your wings to appear on your orc, or do you just want to be flying, like just flying up as an orc? 'Cause again, your wings are visible to you essentially, but your orc doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily have the wings.
I guess I'm just flying.
Okay.
Because
Right,
the
so you
wings
and
are
Raz
gone.
are just sort of flying orc heading up toward them. So they're definitely confused. Athena's an orc riding on a carpet, and then Lucas is the only one riding on an actual nightmare.
Mhm.
So,
I could get past them, yeah.
okay. So then Lucas, so you are first up. Do you want to flap them and try to bluff them, or what's the idea?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll fly up to them and try and make out that I'm supposed to be there.
Okay.
I'm gonna telepathically say, maybe tell them that you're gonna go and we're gonna go warn Corwain that they're coming.
I can't tell them anything. I can't speak their language.
Okay.
They're demons. You speak Abyssal, don't you?
Okay, of course, the
Yeah.
demons. Yes, I do
Yeah.
speak. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, thought so. Yeah. Yep.
Just say that
Yeah,
we're
but
gonna go and warn them that.
do the orcs normally speak Abyssal? I know they speak.
A lot of them, many of them do. Yes.
Oh,
There's
okay, yeah.
been more demons and a longer time. Demonic influence has been here a lot longer than the
Like
well,
tieflings, aren't they?
yeah. So, I mean, it's a mix. I mean, some orcs speak Abyssal, some orcs speak Infernal. They all speak Orc. Some speak Broken Common. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll head towards them when I get close enough. I will, try and bluff and say, yep, we're gonna alert powers that be.
Okay. You know the Casmies are not super smart, but let's see. Let's go ahead and get that deception check. Or persuasion, I guess, if you want to go with that route instead. Whichever one's higher for you. Well, it would be deception because you are literally like deceiving them. Nice. Okay. We'll roll their insight, which is just a straight up wisdom. Oh, yeah. So as you approach kind of the ones in the middle, again, each one of these is 2, so like 4 in the middle. You kind of kind of approach up sort of between them. So you tell them that you're going to report into.
Report into the Corwain.
Okay. They just sort of like blink and see your horse. And again, their insight was they rolled a 4, so to your 24. So they sort of like blink and sort of like they don't attack you, and you just sort of like go on, start to fly on past them. And it's there's some confusion on their weird insect like mosquito like faces and all of that, but they don't immediately attack you, and so you're able to kind of fly up past. Amethyst, you're sort of following suit. Okay. So essentially, you're not going to speak to them, but this is going to be sort of like a performance and/or like just follow the leader kind of thing. So if you can call it performance, you can call it stealth, not to be noticed by them, essentially. Whichever you want to use there. Excellent. Yeah, you just like for whatever reason, the flying orc doesn't seem to like. Let me just sort of see like, yeah. I mean, they sort of like you see them kind of looking at you and looking down at the ground and looking at you, but again, the guy on the horse is the one leading the way, so they just sort of shrug and go, okay, and they will let you pass on by. Kind of put you guys here. Athena, you see, again, telepathically you know what's going on here. You can see what's happening. You just plan to kind of just go with the flow and follow on in.
Yeah, go with the flow. Follow on in. I am. Oh, performance. Okay.
Actually, interesting enough here. So what were you going to say? Well, you are what?
I was going to cast minute meteors.
Okay.
I think that's what I was going to do.
So they're talking the way past and going past them, and you're going to attack.
Oh, yes, I was going to attack because, like, I don't think I can try. I'm going to attempt it, but I don't think it's going to work.
Well, again, you see what their wisdom, their insights. If you're just going to try to like go on past them,
I'm going to attempt to, yes, but if that doesn't work,
or perform.
Oh, Lord, they're about the same. Let's go with stealth because I have advantage.
You do, yeah, because you are potentially being noticed.
Okay. Guess I'm just going to stealth then. I was preparing myself for a spell if one needed, but I can just.
Okay. Yeah, you sort of like, yeah. We'll go ahead and roll there. Yep. Yeah. Essentially, their eyes are sort of all like turned and watching Lucas and Amethyst, and you just sort of like slip past them. Like they don't quite even notice you're there. You kind of like fly up a little bit higher above them and just sort of like zip on past, sort of blending in with the rocks as you go by with your cool little cloak. And they don't seem to notice you as you just go fly on past. Let's see. These ones the ones that you're kind of flying by, they will you'll see them sort of like point down toward the ground. And 2 of them are going to like fly down toward the kind of ones on the end over this way are going to start flying down toward the ground to help with the fighting down there. As they don't seem to be, which means they're flying right by you, Raz, as you sort of like flying, as you're flying past them. Let's see. These ones back here are just sort of like a couple of them over here just going to land up on the rocks and sort of watch. Just kind of land out, like fly over to the land of the rocks over there. These are sort of like still kind of hovering in the middle, like watching below, kind of looking at you, looking down at them, and so far, they don't seem to be joining in. Raz, as some of these mosquito-like demon things are flying past you, what are you doing?
I just keep floating behind everybody on my way up.
Okay. Give me either performance or stealth to blend in. Fine.
Okay, because it's important, it'll get guidance.
Okay.
$18.
All right. And we'll do one last. Ooh. So the ones that are flying past you here, like they're obviously going to fly down to go fight the orcs. One of them at least starts to peel off and go towards you. And just as it starts to kind of like fly toward you menacingly, this one yells out something in abyssal and points to the ground there, and it turns and banks away from you and keeps going, and you're able to fly and keep up with everybody else.
Oh, I heard her missile. He said he's not edible.
Yep. Not that one. They're working. They're reporting to the master. So, again, that is all happening down below. Why is it doing that? There it is. Go. All right. So, one moment as I check something real fast. Make sure I've got. There we are. Okay. All right. So,
Thank you.
Right. So you will see. Wow. Again, the chasm sort of like hover down behind you, kind of start drifting down a little bit there, kind of flying over here, to kind of land on the rocks over here, watching down. These are all flying down toward the ground, as you find yourself heading up toward there. However, this is the point, Lucas, when you realize something very, very important. The demons you're all flying toward right now, the Glabrezu, and Alfeshni up here, and probably the Baylor, but you're not sure about that one, those all have true sight.
True sight, yeah.
So you're still not quite in their range yet. You're about 150 feet away from the Glabrezu, maybe about almost 200 feet from the Alfeshni. But they, at least at this point, are sort of watching you, watching them, but they do not see through your disguise automatically yet. But you know that as soon as you're in their range, they will know you are not what you seem.
Can we stick to the right-hand side of the chasm?
You kind of fly up and around. Yeah, so you sort of like bank up and around. So you want to lead everyone that way?
Yeah.
Which ones
So
can
you sort
fly?
Now Feshni up here definitely can. The Glabrezu cannot. Although you did notice the Glabrezu could cast fly, because they did fly and attack you. They don't have wings, but they're able to cast fly. Yes, Raz.
If I'm asking the group, do you want me to try casting a spell and see if I can cast fog on them without them detecting an attack?
Yeah, I thought.
You have the ability to cast fog?
Yes. Cleric.
So, yes, but we've never seen him cast that spell.
Yeah.
Also, what is that going to do for my vision? Because, I need to see the hit.
It's a concentration. I can dispel it when we get there if you want.
We can fly over it or around it, and they won't be able to see us. As long as it's
Unless
coming
it gets
down.
windy, it is a cauldron.
Yeah, I mean, you realize that it probably won't last long, but it'll at
Yeah.
least get you like a round or two to get.
Maybe it'll take them a moment or two to realize it's a spell.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Okay. All right then. So you cast the fog cloud. Let's go ahead and pull up what that would, where that's going here. Fog mist. There we go. Boop. And I'll make that a little smaller because it isn't quite that big. But you just want to put it like up on this pillar over here. Okay. Yeah. It's what 20 foot. How big of a radius?
20 foot
20 foot. Okay.
radius.
So now. Yeah, so you can kind of catch these guys a little bit. You won't be able to catch the Baylor. He's further down on the way here. But give me... Let's see. You don't have any way to cast without being detected. So let me do... Come on, where are we at here? I want to get...
Because nothing's attacked us so far, so I'm thinking we're not on their radar quite yet. The key.
Yeah, they're watching. Yeah. Glabrazu, and then the Nelfeshni I got there, and where's the last one? Oops, I did not have them. Okay, there we go, and that's it for those guys. Okay, we're all good there. So, okay. The Glabrazu, they're kind of watching, seeing you guys come up here. Let me roll their perception check. See if he knows you casting a spell at them. They do not have. Actually, you know what? Weirdly enough, roll me a stealth check as you cast that spell. See if you can do it sneakily.
Hey, that's my word.
Good thing I have an inspiration. Come on, roll.
Well, you get to beat their passive essentially. Perfect.
Yes.
So yeah, you beat their passives, and then Elfesh need to beat his passive. Yep, you sure do. Okay, so yeah, they're distracted with what's going on here. There are things flying around. There's fighting happening down on the ground now. So they're just mostly down there. They're looking at you, but they're also looking back and forth and to each other and barking orders. And so you're able to sort of like really quickly make your motions, cast your spell, and the fog rolls out and washes over them. There's basically loud voices and definitely shouts of alarm and what's going on, kind of thing like that. But you're able to sort of move around around the side over here, kind of away from the ones, and the ones, at least initially with true sight, are not able to see you. So
Good job. Awesome job, Rasmir. I'm proud of you, man.
Mm-hmm.
see one thing here real quick.
Bring out the spells.
Yep. All right. Now, at that point, since they're all in the fog, we're gonna go basically. I'm gonna take these guys off here because they were down doing something else. Lucas, back around the top of the order. You are now. Fog will last basically this round, and then we'll roll to see how much dissipates in the following round. So you are at this point. We'll call you're about 200 feet, 250 feet from the Baylor. You don't know what it can do exactly, but you know it's a powerful demon, and the less powerful demons all have true sight. So you're going to probably assume it does as well. It is there at this point. It is just, you can see it is now standing, like watching and looking. It's not obviously not like getting involved yet, but it's now just sort of like watching down there, just like staring down at the ground, snarling, and it is huge. Just to kind of put it into perspective, it's about 20 feet tall. It is just massive. It is standing in the balcony, kind of hulking over it, kind of leaning forward there. There's a large arch behind him he probably could barely fit through. That goes into the pillar behind him. And so yeah, it's kind of Make him a little larger, more like that, as you are approaching up this way, flying toward him. He will sort of glance in your direction as you're coming toward him, and you can see his weapons are out, but he's not, and he's sort of in a defensive posture, but he's not like he's getting ready to leap out at you just yet. You get an action before you say 250 feet away, 250 feet away currently.
Anything goes cost anything. Is he the only one that can see us potentially?
That isn't covered in fog currently, yes. No one is on the balcony with him. He is just standing on this balcony there, by himself. You also, you don't see anything flying around him. Nothing's coming too close to him.
How far is he from the fog cloud?
He's about, it's probably a good, like, we'll call it 200 feet between the two towers there. Yeah. So the fog kind of covered that where the Nalthashni was and the other ones there. There's like 200 feet away to where he is, and you're flying up and around.
Yep.
Try and hypnotize him. What do you reckon?
Okay.
Right off the rip.
Yep.
I'll use my liar. Disadvantage.
Okay.
I assume he's got advantage. It'll probably be a flat roll.
Yep. Flat roll. Yep. He definitely has advantage. Okay. Let's see here. Making sure I see everything out here. There we go. Oof. Okay. So essentially, the lights pop off. The sound sort of happening there, and he just sort of like looks up. And let's just see. Give him a perception check. He's not super high, like really enough. No. Okay. He's sort of like blinking through the lights, sort of looking and kind of like see where it's coming from. There, he does look out at you, but at this point, the spell's already off. And he's just sort of like, what's going on? And like at this point, seeing you out there, he said he passed the thing, but he didn't spot that you cast it. So he's like yelling at you as you're flying up there on the horse there, Nightmare. He's addressing you specifically, Lucas. The voice just like echoing through the canyon.
Just carry on saying, we're going to warn the master.
What is happening? He's just like,
The orcs are revolting.
Wow. Threw them under the bus.
Yeah. Pathetic little wretches. Everyone will be destroyed. And he just sort of like he doesn't really lead there. He just sort of like watches. He yells out and sees, like, at this point looks over at the fog there, and like, find the tricksy little spellcaster, kill him, rip him apart. It must be those worms that were here before.
Mhm.
They closed the way back.
Mm. Good.
And let's see, can you do anything?
Look at that.
Was it us? We're orcs.
Okay, just because essentially he's going to just launch himself up, huge beat of his wings. He's going to actually like take his whip out and crack it over toward the fog cloud with his wing blast, and just snap the whip there, a good like 30 feet away from him. And you just see the clouds swirl a little bit. They don't dissipate, but they definitely swirl a little bit from his the beat of his wings and the whip, and the fog starts to part a little bit. It's like, get out of the clouds and go find them. And he yells at the ones that are over there on the other tower.
Ooh.
And
I hope they don't see us when they leave.
let's see. All right. That's going to be him. I'm actually going to throw him on the initiative chart here now, too, just because we have him here now.
Oh, he rolled higher than Baz.
All right. And then
Of course, you're old higher than us.
the other ones, we'll wait till the fog clears. So, Lucas, you did that. Amethyst. You see, this is, it sort of happened, again, in response there. So, technically, I technically skipped you for a moment there, but but he was responding with what Lucas did. So now you can go, and he's already passed.
I mean, I don't really know what we're doing. Like, are we just gonna outright attack this guy, or are we just gonna go in and find Corwain first? Or what we...
That's what you said you were going to do, was attack the Baylor. You're going after the Baylor, what you said.
No.
So.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Is what you said.
Yeah, but only because we could see him.
Go get him.
You definitely still see him.
We need to go past, though, I think, to go past everything else so that I want to try and get him. I don't know. Maybe we should.
Let's kill him.
Okay. Let's kill him.
Just kill him.
Okay. Right. Well, then, what do you want to do?
I want to kill him.
Then do something. Go for it.
He's
Do
not
the
attacked us
thing.
yet.
I mean,
Do
he's,
the thing. He's going to.
trying to do this real quick here. I want to see if I can do. Let's just do that. There we go. It's a different picture, but yeah, it's a token now. We'll just do that.
There must be a story because it's a token.
Stop
Really?
it.
I guess I'm just. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm going to attack him after that. Jim, because you deleted him and then
Oh, whoops! Yeah,
His
I'll put
token.
him back. I will put him back on there. Yeah. Boop.
I will
And he
do
was at 13.
a lightning ball, I think.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
A terrible roll. Wow.
I know. It's not a very good one. Oh,
A
I mean
it's only
you
third level.
weren't
lot of ones and
you
twos.
weren't confident. You weren't confident sending it in the first place, so there is that.
All right.
Yeah, like
Dex
he's
save.
bigger
Oh,
than I
wow.
thought it would be.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely
Wow.
caught completely off guard by it. He's at this point he's looking all around. Let me see.
Light him up with
Yeah.
deck spells.
I'm gonna do this now. Oh my god! Wow.
Oh, God.
Light him up with an intelligence spell.
Okay. Yeah. At this point, like, I mean, he's got a 20 intelligence, guys. He can roll the 1. Ridiculous.
Mhm.
It happens.
he-
the
He will.
Jesus
He
is
will
not with
go
you.
ahead and take it. Yeah. He's like. And he's at this point. He's like looking up in the sky. He's actually, just because you came from this way before, he's actually looking back up that way, kind of looking away from you guys. Where are you? Like, 'Cause
Right
last time you came from over the top here, you so he's got his back to you at the moment here as he's like down there. He already went, so Athena, you're up.
All right, so I'm going to fly closer.
Okay.
How far
close?
from him? I want to go by full movement speed plus my 60 feet for my leap, if I can do that with my carpet.
You want to leap off the carpet?
No, because that's
You cannot leap
stupid.
with the carpet. Yeah. Sorry, the carpet cannot leap. It doesn't know how it works there. And you can't do crazy kick flip with the carpet. Like if
I'm
you
not a monk.
well if it's your carpet all along, then I might let you do some crazy things with it. But no, unfortunately, this is your first time on the carpet. You're like, so so you basically your full moon is 30. Was it 30?
30, yeah.
Okay, so you're now 220 feet away from him. So you're 250 before.
Okay.
So you're flying up toward him.
I am flying up toward him.
Okay. So that's your move.
It is my move. It is my move. I can still do it. It's a disadvantage, but I can still do it. Let's do it. I'm gonna pull out the bow.
Why you disadvantage?
Because isn't it after 150? It's disadvantage.
Oh, what's the range on a longbow? Is it 150?
150 to 600 is what's typed in
Gotcha.
here.
Okay, yeah. So we disadvantage. Yep.
So
you pull out the bow. Again, it sort of curves a little bit there as you reach there. The no string appears, but the arrow appears as if it's there, and then and you launch.
Nope.
Go ahead and roll. Okay. Nope. Okay.
Nope. I'm shaking it off.
Okay. Well, that's the first shot.
Yep. I'm gonna do it again.
That'll hit.
Yes.
And then one more shot.
Here's the damage for that.
Okay. Yep. Do the damage. So. Yep. So it's gonna be 17, right? One sec here. So, and he does not have. Okay. That'll hit as well.
Oh,
So you're going to add an extra D4. So it'll be 3D. So you roll the same damage and then add an extra D4 to it.
So roll this and then a D4. Got it.
Yeah.
Roll a D4. Come on. Open up. Thank you. There you go.
14 plus
1.
15. Okay, that's fine.
Hey, this thing is spiffy.
Two arrows, just like these acidic arrow projectiles, like just the first one kind of just flies past. His wings are flapping, and as it's flapping, it goes past the wing. The second one sears into the side as he's looking up this way, and 2 shots. Now he whirls around. He sees you holding a bow, and puts 2 and 2 together that you're attacking him from a flying carpet, and just and
yeah, that's right. I'm attacking
Just
you
light
from
the
a flying
carpet on
carpet.
fire.
You dare attack? You will rebel.
I do. I am a
As far
rebel.
as far as he knows,
big
you're
boy.
still an orc.
Yeah.
So he sees an orc firing acid arrows at him.
Bring it on,
so at
big
least
boy.
So Raz, he's turned now and like bellowing at you guys. Well, mostly at Athena, because Athena flew forward. We'll do this kind of thing. I'll kind of put Athena ahead of the rest of you because Athena flew forward. So let's kind of do this.
Yeah, he's over 150 for her bow. So what's his range?
He's at 250 feet. 250 feet from you.
All right.
Yeah. So Athena, actually, you're 220, not 230. It's 220.
Still at disadvantage.
Yeah.
We're going to move this in and on a point you choose within range. So it's just a point you choose within range.
Sure.
So I'm pointing at him.
Okay.
What
do we got?
Want to check the level I'm at. Okay. So he's got to make a 19 Constitution saving throw. Oh, and look at me with the crappy roll too.
Oof.
19 con insect plague. Yeah, it's not. Wow. 4d10. Okay, 1147. That sucks. Okay.
The only thing with that is the
Yeah.
fog cloud disappears.
Yes, it does. So we're going to put insects on him. It sure does. Is there a bug
And there's
cloud?
Bug
No.
cloud. And he's lightly obscured. Blah blah blah.
We'll use the dark cloud. That'll work. Can I put it on him slightly? Just gonna put it. I'll do that and put it behind him. There. And the fog cloud goes away. And Amethyst, yeah, I realized that you would need to be closer. It's fine. It's we'll call it like we'll just no, you had to be a little. You weren't quite in range, but we'll call it okay for this round. If you have to be close, you wanted to cast that again. Okay. Anything else, Raz? You want to move any closer? You want to move apart?
Moving closer, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll put you up here, equal to Athena. So we're kind of in and we'll put you sort of like a little closer because you did move up to cast Fireball. Because you stayed where you were, kind of do that.
I was going to say I would have actually been closer as well. Cast it once.
Okay.
I would have been in front of everyone basically.
Okay.
Are we in a straight line, folks? Because that's just bad.
No, we're in the air. So it's 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you're not all at the same height. You all kind of flying into your own things here.
We're holding hands and skipping through the forest.
No, we're
Yes.
not.
Through the forest.
Yeah. What was the range you needed to be at, Lucas, for yours?
100, well, just over 120, just outside his.
Gotcha.
range.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'll call it just for the fun of it then, since you all had to advance to get up there, and Athena, you kind of followed up along with them here. We'll put you slightly behind as they had to rush up there and shoot. So we're going to put you all at 130 feet, we'll call it.
Yay, movement speed.
So he can't see through the illusion yet because he has 120 feet of true sight, but he also knows that you're attacking him. Lucas, you're up again. At this point, there's a cloud of bugs flying around him. Is he obscured to you as well?
It's like he's
Raz.
in a lightly obscured. It says lightly obscured area.
And what does that do in terms of let me pull the rules on that one because I want to see what that means in terms of range attacks being a disadvantage. Where is that? Sorry. You go to the rules because I'll ask you what those mean for what obscure means on these things here. So, oh great. Yes, I'm looking here. Visibility, where is that? What the heck?
I think we just have disadvantage on perception checks. They rely on sight.
Okay. Yeah, that's something if they're obscured, the range attacks against them were a problem as well. But very slightly obscured. Found it. It is disadvantage with perception checks. Yep. Cool. Okay, that works. Yeah. So he's not hard to see. He's just like he can't see out of it very well because of the cloud around him. All right. So go for it. You're up.
I'm going to shoot at him.
Oh wow, nice. Okay. Wham. Okay, so,
36.
so you, okay. Was that 36 damage? Nice. Radiant, and he does not resist that. So you move within 120 feet, 'cause that's the 120 foot range.
Yeah.
I see on that one there. So essentially, he's sort of blinking and looking at you, and you sort of like, you can see him sort of like peering, just looking. This might be fun. I will enjoy tearing you apart. Amethyst. Lucas has, like, he's looking, he's feeling like peering at Lucas.
Yep. I'm gonna cast Psychic Lance at him.
Okay.
Directly at his brain.
Okay, intelligence save. With advantage.
With advantage.
Yeah. Most demons have magical resistance.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have a high one. But he rolled a 7 and a 7.
Nice.
Okay. So he will be taking 27. And it's impaired, is that right? Or is that the incapacitated?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. He is not resistant or immune to that. Cool. Okay. So kind of like, at this point he's like, oh. Like
Only until the start of my next turn.
that's fine. Means he's missing his next turn is what's happening. So
Yep.
that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So he spends the turn just like literally just flailing at the air around him and hitting at bugs there and just like squinting and trying to focus his mind again for the moment. Athena.
Right. I'm within range.
You will spot that the guys over here on this tower are sort of like, at this point, as the fog cloud has dissipated, they are looking in your direction now.
Okay. All right. That's not scary at all.
So at the end of his turn, he's got to roll for the.
Oh. Yes. What's happening there?
Plague.
What am I rolling?
It is. Shoot, I just had it right there.
Con save, or is it?
It's con save, yeah, 19.
Okay, con save 19. He's good.
All right.
Oof.
So on a failed save, half as much.
Okay. And what's so? How much damage? Oh, 15.
15.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you. All right. There's that. So yeah, now Athena, you're up. Sorry.
All right. So he's
You're-
120 feet from us, correct?
Yeah, you're a little beyond that, so you move up to 120 feet if you want to.
Yeah. I'm gonna move up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him while I'm moving up.
Shoot him, you mean?
Yes.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
You're flying
No-
toward him.
Yep.
At this point, you're not at a disadvantage, so you just roll normally.
Sweet.
Actually, you're at advantage because he's incapacitated.
Sweet. Sweet. Yes,
Lit up
yes.
by a guardian bolt.
Oh yes, also that too. So yeah, you definitely hit.
Oh.
And now it's add another D4 again because that's going to be plus 2D4 because it's still a consecutive hit.
So 2d4 or 1?
So 2D4 now.
Yep.
Wow. 2 ones.
Nice.
Gotta love those ones, baby.
Yep. Okay, so 19 more.
Crits.
Awesome.
Here's the 3d4 because that's a consecutive hit.
Keep going.
Here's the damage.
Okay, so.
Oh,
Okay,
it did-
yes. That's weird.
did
Yeah, so it's 15 plus 21. Okay. We're
Did it
good.
do the crit damage for the roll itself?
It did not.
Okay, so
But
do you just want to
just-
double that?
Yeah, I'll tack on some more damage to that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
We'll do extra ones here.
that
So
works for me.
It'll be hefty, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to hit.
24?
Okay. All I
Is that
see-
is that what I'm seeing? I'm not. Your stuff
24 does
reordered
hit.
itself. Yeah, 24 hits, yeah.
Here's the damage.
And now it's plus 5d6. 40 plus 4d6, and that's it from here on out.
Mm-hmm.
So you miss. So
Oh, there's 2, 3 4s. Hells yeah.
nice. 26.
Hell yeah. Now,
Oof.
hold on 2 seconds for me, Jim. I was reading something, and I don't know if it applies to my bow or if it's in my axe specifically. But you can move on to the next person if you choose to while I'm trying to read that.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you if you need to there. So once you find what you're doing. So Raz, you're up.
So I'm gonna move to 120 foot of range, but
Yep.
up and out a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, we go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And you said currently we're advantaged because he's incapacitated?
Yes.
Alright. And oh, I gotta hit that button.
Cool. You definitely hit.
29. And the damage.
Oof.
Radiance.
Okay. Right. Lucas. He is just riddled at this point. Just kind of flailing and just trying to recover.
Try to hit you with the guiding bolt.
Yeah. You get advantage, obviously, because incapacitated and guided on the previous guiding bolt. 25 will hit. 13. Excellent. Okay. Right. The guys on the thing there are at this point seeing what's going on. They're not advancing toward you. Like they see just how bad this thing is. It's like, and they're just like watching and holding on, and just sort of like keeping their distance at the moment here. Amethyst, you'll spot that as well. The Glabrezu and Nelfeshni that are over in the other tower are just watching.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
And the incapacitation recovers as he's at this point. So like he's still in the insect cloud, but he's does that keep going? Is he see that every turn? Does it keep going indefinitely, Raz? The insect cloud?
Yeah, it's concentration.
Okay,
10
gotcha.
minutes.
So yeah, so as long as he's in it, he's taking it.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know that this is going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway because it was so successful the only other time I've used it. Although it did make Jim really mad.
No.
Do it.
Middle prison.
Nothing.
Go for it.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crappy damage. 16 psychic damage.
Okay.
Unless he's got to do an intelligence save.
With advantage.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh, goodness me.
It still takes the psychic damage,
Yep.
I think. Hang on.
Okay.
Dun dun dun.
So he's not going to be caught in the prison at least.
Yeah, on a successful save, he still takes the psychic damage in the spell ends. That's really unfortunate.
Okay.
That was my
You can see this
only
point. He's just
other spell.
okay. All right. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Huh?
Anything else you want to do?
Is he still standing on the balcony?
No, he's flying.
Oh, he's flying.
It's flying. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
All right. In this case, he's like at this point in the insect plague. They're kind of looking out at you. He looks out at the ones that are just watching, and he just sort of like pulls back and goes into the archway. But as he does, Amethyst, you'll hear
Yeah.
a voice telepathically.
Yeah.
I know you can break these bonds. I want to be free.
Is this the Baylor?
Yes.
Shit.
I have been trapped here on this miserable plane for 250 years. Break this bond, and I will give you the miserable elf.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. That's a deal. I made a deal.
you're not
He's
even
like-
going to tell us
And
what's
yeah,
going
so-
on? You're just going to...
Basically- and you'll see he'll just take his full move into the archway, out of view, out of the insect cloud, insect plague. As you sort of you kind of, and you see just sort of as the last thing you see as he pulls into the archway is the kind of the glowing eyes, and the whip just give a quick crack of the whip you never get to use, and just and just fade into the darkness in the archway behind there, at this point he just sort of backs out of view at the moment there. At this point you kind of the Nalfashni and the Glabrezu at this as it pulled away, they kind of looking around, watching everything happening down below here. They're confused because from their vantage point, you're still orcs having attacked the Baylor. Seeing the orcs down below, they're definitely kind of piecing together what to do, and I think the Nalfashnis are pretty darn intelligent. Yeah, they are. Actually, they both are. Essentially, they're just going to drop off and just zoom down to the ground to basically go after the orcs on the ground. And so they just pretty much and this point, they yell out, and the Chasmi start to head down there as well, as they're just basically through these guys up here, we're taking them down on the ground. Looking down there, you'll see that a lot of the ground forces, the orcs have definitely taken a big toll on the demons. There's not many of the ground demons left, but they are being completely harried by the Chasmi, because the Chasmi demons are pretty strong and they're flying and everything else, and so they're basically trying to do what they can. The other orcs, seeing what's going on, have joined in, and they are all fighting the demons now, as the orcs are basically not fighting each other. They have banded together. And so pretty much this whole there's not many of the ground demons left, but the air demons are now kind of laying into the orcs down on the ground there. They've taken some pretty heavy losses, but there's still a couple hundred orcs still fighting, still shooting, still hacking away and doing what they can. Their nightmares don't actually fly, so they're stuck to the ground at this point. But one last thing, as you watch this all happening, actually, I want to give you all a chance to react to what's going on down there first, and anything else that happens here, because we're sort of out of initiative at the moment. So, discuss amongst yourselves for just a moment.
Yeah.
So the big guy, what was his movement speed? Did he have a lot of movement?
I mean, I'd have to look it up here, but
Because it's halved in the cloud.
he can fly 80. Yeah,
All right, cool.
he just kind of they just kind of step back there.
Yep, so he
and
can
all
get
he
out of it.
and all he did was move. So yeah,
Yep.
he did. Yeah. So
Guys,
Yeah.
the
What's going on?
Baylor
Where'd he
just
go?
spoke to me. He wants to be free, and if we banish him, he's going to give us Corwain. So
How? If we banish him, he's no longer here.
No, I mean he wants to be free from the. He wants it dispelling from the coin. He said he's been trapped here for a long time, and he wants to be free. But we need the coin, don't we?
Kill Corwain and we get the coin.
Yeah.
But had he given us Corwain if we broke his... So Corwain obviously hasn't got the coin, because we'd have to kill Corwain to get the coin.
Well, he's gone. So let's go in and ask him where the coin is, because we'll tell him that we need that to do it.
How about we send you in there to do that? I'm gonna pick off some of these
You
critters
want me to
right
go in there
before.
on my own with the Baylor? Okay.
No, you can go with people, but I would like to stay out here and start picking off some of these critters out here because they're going to overwhelm our
Well-
orc friends if we don't.
So
If we need to help the Baylor, he might be able to stop the whole thing.
Right, but it doesn't take all four of us to go in there and talk to him.
Why don't you just do it telepathically?
Okay. I will telepathically say to the Baylor, where is the coin?
He will pause and
I hold it.
Oh, interesting.
Hold there's no coin. Telepathically to you. Yes.
We need that to dispel it, to send to
I am aware.
Okay. And can you like stop this whole thing happening? Can you get most of these guys to leave? Or
You saw the pig demon. He has betrayed me. They are unleashed.
okay,
You'll need to. They will not listen to me at this point,
right.
as they see a way to take power.
Jim, while this is happening, I'm
Yeah.
going to be just shooting randomly.
And essentially, yeah, you can go ahead and just like turning and like picking off Casmi demons. Because a full round against Casmi, I believe they're not resistant to acid. They're not. Yeah, 3 good hits from your bow will drop one of them. So you start shooting these out there. Lucas and Raz, you joining in on some of these as well, or are you gonna
Well,
head?
I need to go in to dispel the coin. I'm
Yeah.
going in.
Well, any one of the three of you can do it because all of you have the banishment.
No, we need to
Right.
dispel the coin first.
Spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spell. That's what I meant.
So
Yeah.
Raz has it as two.
the rifts are closed, aren't they? So he needs banishing as well, doesn't he?
I mean, if you want him to join in,
Well,
then
we can't.
banish him afterwards.
Is he going to help us? Wow.
He
Okay.
can't give us Corwain if we banish him, 'cause he won't be
Yeah.
here.
True. Okay.
all the more reason to keep Raz alive.
Okay, so as you kind of plan that out there, we'll kind of work out the details as we are almost out of time here. Essentially, you kind of pick. Athena, you are just kind of laying waste to Casmi demons that are flying around. At some point, the Glaberzoo, though it can fly, it dropped all the way to the ground, as was weighing the orcs as well. The Nalfeshni has summoned some more things because they can do that. It's a summoner variant.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's subbing up some more things there. But again, between you, Raz, if you're joining in, I mean,
pew 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 pew.
yeah, you start between you, the orcs down below, and you guys above. You are just laying like just taking out demons left and right there, especially the Casmi, that was the weaker ones of the bunch. The Nalfeshni is going to be a problem, but that will be a problem for next time as we kind of pick up here next week with the situation both inside the spire and out on the ground. And we'll see what you guys want to do. But that will be for next time. Hope you guys out there all had fun. This is a crazy thing going on here, but we are definitely seeing close to an ending here as Corwain is somewhere inside, and the Baylor seems to be at least potentially willing to help. So next time we'll see how this goes. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching out there.
Thank
We
you.
love having you here with us as we charge in on this craziness. But we'll see you next time. As always, thanks for hanging out with us. See you again real soon. Drinks are on us. Have fun. Bye, folks.
Bye.
All right.